Hey guys, very good morning and good evening, good afternoon, guys.
Good evening,
Hi,
sir.
Shiva. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Siva.
Good evening, Shiva.
So I think we have to wait until like a Star Result team joins. Just wait for a couple of minutes. I hope they created a group, man. Hope you guys received the message.
I think no, not yet.
I
Not
think
yet.
not yet.
Not yet,
Not yet.
sir. We didn't receive any link. Even through
Okay.
mail also, we didn't receive anything.
They just created it seems. They didn't add anyone. It seems like they just created. They'll share it. They'll add you like the people.
I think
Okay, sir.
not yet. I haven't received this.
Yeah, sure. They'll add you. They'll add you. No worries. Even I just received the message. So initially they invite like admin and my team, me kind of people. They surely like ask you to join in that.
Hi Shiva, good evening.
Hey,
Ashish here. So I think yesterday we don't receive any email for that recording. So is that same for
yeah.
other?
No. Actually, this is the first session, right? So they it take like for them to confirmation, clarity, kind of a few things. So usually you'll get it for the first session. You'll get it by the Monday. Monday they'll create all those things. Once you've done like you will get this. Okay, so you'll get all these things by Monday. I'm hoping.
Okay, thanks. And another concern is that like yesterday I created the account until now I don't see anything in the free tire section. So
it's a new account. It's is a new account, or you are going on an existing account?
No, it's a new account I created.
Just wait for the 24 hours to activate the entire account. They'll validate something and they'll activate your account.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Siva.
Hey, hi.
Myself, Pradnya. So, sorry, I could not join yesterday's session. So, due to some like emergency work. So is there anything that I have missed and I should be prepared for it? Anything? And so I heard about the account creation and all. So I was waiting for the recorded session, which I assume we will get it, I guess, by tomorrow. I heard
Yes.
from Aditya.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, yesterday it's kind of more on introduction session. Sometime like because many people come from the different backgrounds and they may have a lot of questions and why they want to learn DevOps. So it's kind of a Q&A session, a kind of discussion kind of thing. Okay, intro kind of session, and later like we went on like some kind of why we require DevOps and like what is the use cases why we're DevOps has been increasing in the market, and we see like what are the kind of DevOps is not like kind of a tool, like a kind of this thing. It's a combination of tools because it is a SDLC method.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so there like what we have evolutionary of SDLC methods, like what is a waterfall model and what is the agile, what is the DevOps. So differences between those things we saw it kind of regular introduction to the DevOps kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah.
And we ended session with creating AWS account as well as EC2 instance creation.
AWS, it's a free account, right? I mean, we
Yes.
have to. Okay.
No, we have
Any-
to create a new account. It's a free only. After creating, you'll get like, if it is a fresh account, you'll get like a free tier access. Like they have like some services they're giving it as a free service. So for the EC2 only, like what we are concentrated on EC2 yesterday, that's 750 hours on that to T2.micro. That's a instance type. You will get it as free tier. So
Okay.
you can see that actually. So that we saw some kind of these things along with the billing dashboard. So that kind of details we saw yesterday. So
Okay.
once you get the recording session, you will able to understand easily like how we create an EC2 instances, how we have to
Okay.
see how many hours left for my, like if I'm using this thing, how many hours left for my these things.
Okay. Yeah.
So they're providing it as 750 hours as a free, and how much of you uses and how much of left over there, all those things you can see on that.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Fine. Yeah.
I didn't see star result team. Anyone? Two.
Hi, I have one doubt. No, I just enrolled for this DevOps class. I'm just wondering. Yesterday, I missed a class. So where can I get the recordings of the previous session?
Okay. Yep, Muni. Like you will receive it. Like whenever you registered email ID, right? So they will add you to the Google Drive. So you will get a Google Drive access. There you can find like all the recordings.
Okay, I haven't received any.
Yeah,
mail.
it won't happen. It will since it is the first yesterday's first session, you will receive it on tomorrow. Most probably tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Like once they get clarity who are going to be joining the batch and all the clarifications once they're done, right? They'll do that one. You don't need to
Okay,
worry.
so today is also is kind of an introduction session, right?
No, today we are going. No, we already done on introduction session. We already completed 4 hours on the course. Today we are going on. We're going on the Git.
Oh, great! Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so next, I mean, by Monday we'll get the link, right, for the.
Yes, Monday you'll get the recordings and you can do this. So there is no like a dependency for the today's session with yesterday's one, because we came to know like many people usually joined, or like we'll get like some late these kind of things. So we usually that's the reason we won't take in high priority activities kind of thing. You can understand that, and anyway, like one that don't have any dependency with the today's session.
Okay.
No need to
Anyways,
worry.
from the first class, from the first class, we'll be getting the recordings, right?
Yeah, everything, everything you'll get the recordings.
Oh, great. Thank you very much, Siva.
Yeah.
Hi, Shiva, Shubhajit here. Shiva, I checked with Star Agile, so they said they will send the recording link by Tuesday because Monday is a holiday.
Oh, sorry. Maybe this Monday is holiday. Usually they do it on Monday.
I mean, otherwise they would have planned to send it on Monday only.
Yeah,
but looks like as Monday is a holiday, they will send it
Monday is
on
a public
Tuesday.
holiday. We are all white labor, man. So let's enjoy our.
Yeah,
we are all
we
are all white collar labor. So let's enjoy our Labor Day.
Yeah, same here as well, because generally it's a client holiday is what we all follow. So Monday is not a holiday for all of us. I mean, at least for me.
So you are invisible labor.
Yes.
Actually, we follow mostly like, they'll ask if some people need to be there, but for the client support, but we mostly prefer to take Indian holidays.
Okay.
Yes, most of the festivals and all happen here. There is no like, no one is dying on tomorrow, man. If I put holiday tomorrow, no one is dying. Okay. We know who is like, we know usually when things has happened, right? Like, I mean to say when we are going to the deployments, all those things, right? So we won't plan anything on public holidays or any on festival kind of sessions. We won't take it up that. We always ask, no, there is, we will have a limited support. We don't expect us these things. So people also, think, okay, maybe some Indian holiday, so we won't expect much things on that. 1 second. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, Shiva.
Yep, sorry. Like I, just try to connect with the StarSL team. So they have to, someone need to be joined from their side and they have to give admin privilege to me. Or else I can't start the session. Hey, StarSL team, can you make me host? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And can you please make me
Yeah,
co-host?
doing, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, yep, we can start the session. Yep, any questions you want to have, like I can spend another 5 minutes for any of your questions before actual start session. Anything we want to discuss, guys?
Siva, I wanted to ask if we have to, like, is there any material that has been given yesterday or anything that I might have missed and, to
No,
open it
nothing, madam.
today?
Nothing,
Right?
nothing.
Okay.
So as I told, right, there is no dependency for yesterday's session.
Okay.
Today's session is a kind of purely like, half of the session we took like some kind of queries. People have whatever they're in mind, something. And some of the session we took, as I told, right, like a introduction to the DevOps and a kind of, like in-situ instances creation. That is a very kind of this thing. And anyway, you guys are, you're going to attend like AWS session on end-to-end kind of thing. So this is only kind of as I concentrate only how to create EC2 account, because I'm not concentrated on other activities because that out of scope for me.
Okay.
You don't need to worry on that one. Once you go with recordings, and you can find that very much easier.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm checking my screen. Just give me a minute, guys. Where is this kit? Okay. So for the first thing, I would like to tell you what are the tools and tools is required for us. One second. Okay, what are the tools I'm going on this session? So other than like technology-based tools, like in some other tools is also which I required to for any of kind of regular uses, this kind of tools. Okay, I'll go with some of the tools and explain you, like you have to install those things which make you like if life is easy. Okay, it's not something if you're not having the tool, it's not something worry on that. It is just make your life easy. That's it. Okay, the first tool is Notepad++. Okay, so most probably I'll go with Notepad++. So mostly I'll take running notes from the Notepad++. Only thing, right? Even if you close also, if you're not saved also, it won't. Even if you're not saved also, sorry, if you're not save and you close also, it will be there. Okay, you don't need to worry on that one. It will be there. So again, next time when you come, like you will have all those things. So that's the one reason I'll use Notepad++. Okay, and also it is easy for you, like it will give you font wise, it will give you a bigger font. So it's very easy when I'm sharing the screen to view guys actually. This is one tool I'm going to use here. And another tool is Visual Studio Code. Okay, so this is a Visual Studio Code. You can download it from the Visual Studio Code directly. So you can get it from the Visual Studio Code directly from here based on your OS. Sorry. I'm just pinging in the same thing in the chat. Okay, Visual Studio Code. This is also very useful for us. So when you're going on further, right, like it will help us, like, we're going on AML kind of things and Terraform kind of things. We required a kind of IDE, kind of code-based IDE kind of things. So Visual Studio Code is one kind of works as an IDE, but it's not specifically one for one project. It will help you for many projects. Even in the real time, we definitely 100% we use Visual Studio Code. Okay. And next is Mobile Extreme. Okay, let me show you. Okay. So Mobile Extreme is also a kind of SSH terminal tool. So might be you guys just might be see, right, like putty. You might hear the putty. It is also similar like a putty, but it is also help you to take SSH kind of thing. So when you like yesterday we connected on EC2 instances, right? So now the instance we have to connect instance through SSH kind of thing. Okay, through SSH only. So that SSH to get to that SSH, we have to download this thing. It's a kind of it will help you easy because you have like even you can connect it through putty. It is also same. Either you can connect it to the AWS EC2 connect, that is also same. But this is like for the font wise and like coloring wise, it will give you a lot of flexibility. That is the only reason. Okay, so you can download this also from here. This is also one of the other tool which we gonna use for in the session, because I don't want to confuse like how I'm doing or what I'm doing. Okay, you can download here. Try to download most of the times. Try to download it from the home edition or like free edition. When you download this thing, you will have like it will get you portable edition or installer edition. Portable edition or installer edition and nothing but this is the installer version you'll get. Like you'll get a .exe. It will be installed into your Windows. This is a portable or like binary kind of thing. So once it downloaded, it's not required to install anything. It will get a kind of a what you can see, it get a zip file. Once you extracted that, it will get you like this thing. Okay, so you simply open this terminal. When you open this terminal, automatically run the terminal. So it's kind of a portable. Okay, so these are the like three usual tools which I goes enter my session. These are the two common tools other than the technology based tools. There's other not regular IDE based kind of tools I'll go on this thing. Okay. Even for Python, for the jump servers, all those things you can use Mobile Extreme. It's very, very helpful actually. Oh, 1 second, I'm just taking my screen back. 1 more minute. Try to take the latest version, buddy. Take the latest version anyway, anything, whatever you have, take any latest version, no problem.
Okay, so which is 5.2, 8.5.2, yeah.
So Mobile Stream should be portable, right?
Yeah, portable. Take it from the portable edition. You're not required to install anything. I think 8.5.2 is the latest version, man.
Yeah, right. That's right.
Okay, you can download this thing.
Okay, I mean, there is an option for 64-bit and 32-bit. I think we should go for.
No, based on your laptop. If your laptop comes as a 64-bit, you have to download that. If your laptop comes with 32-bit, you have to do like which OS you're using?
I'm using Windows 10.
It's a 64-bit. Previously thing kind of thing, though they are like old kind of.
Okay. Thank you.
Download with the 64. Okay, so today topic we are going on VCS with the Git. Okay, so in short form I can say it is a Git. So what I'm saying like VCS. Before going on the Git, we have to understand first what is VCS. Okay, VCS is nothing but version control system, version controller system. What I call. Okay, so what it will do, what actually it will do mean to say, it will control your versions. What is mean by the version here? Okay, let me explain. It's very too generic. As explaining it, it's very too generic. Today, I'm a kind of a developer. Okay, I started doing some, I have a program to do something. Today I came and today, like I've written like hundreds of lines of code. Okay, I saved that one. And tomorrow I came and again I added another like 50 lines of code. So 150 lines of code I have. So these 150 lines of code, how can I send it to the review for my manager? So I'm done with like he asked me some functionality and I designed that functionality with 150 lines of code, which is took 2 days for me, and I done that one. 1 second, guys, can you go on mute, please? Okay, so it's simple. Like, how can I send it to the review for the manager? Say, hey buddy, hey Bharat, I have reviewed, I've designed, I've completed my coding. Can you review this code and can you confirm whether this code looks good or not? Kind of things. Okay, and how can I send it to my manager? If I'm sending it through the mail or kind of thing, usually now I design my entire code in my local. Like I'm not doing anything, any of in a cloud kind of thing where we can have both share kind of things. No, usually what I do, I'll always write the code in my local, whatever the ID is, mean to say an ID, nothing but in what you have like in a intermediate terminal kind of thing where you write the codes. So suppose Eclipse kind of things. So you write your code over there and you're sending it to your manager for approval. How manager can say, yes, this code is approved. How you maintain all those things? Okay, so now, no, you write it 150 lines of code. Your manager said, no, this is not properly working. I require to add you more functionality, or I require to add some more things. Then again, on that 150 of the lines code, again, I have to add 20 lines code. So to fix whatever my manager said, I go on with that 20 lines up. So now it is 170 lines of code and with a proper functionality, whatever my manager reviewed. So now again, I have to send it for the review him. Now this is the second version, because first version which I send it as 150 lines, second thing which I send it as 170 lines, because it's a modified code. If no, again he said, no, sorry buddy, I don't want like this thing. You go better with 150 lines of code. That makes easy. Okay, so if you do like if you just updated your what you've done, you're updated like 170 lines, you don't know where what are the some lines you deleted or some lines you updated. It's something resembling is happening on your previous code from 150 lines to 170 lines. Now we cannot roll back entire all your changes. How are you gonna make it up? Yes, these are the 20 lines of code which I've added. These are the lines of which I have, which are the code I gave it to my manager. And how you will come to know that manager like approves. Suppose if I send it through a mail, I can do a change later. No, who said I can recall the mail and I can do, I can edit changes on that one. So these all happens, and even I have to maintain versions. Say 150 lines of code, and when I send it to the first review is 150 lines of code that I have to take that as a one version, and whenever I send it is 170 lines of code that I can take as the version 2. For the version 1, my manager rejected and provided some comments. I updated that with version 2, and I provided provided what are the fix he has given, I send it to the 170 of the lines code, and my manager again, yes, this is looks, and he provided the approval. So for doing these things, I'm required a kind of a tool where I required a kind of a tool where these all can happen. Okay, where these kind of things like approving, reviewing the code, or like taking the versions of the code, like it's required to happen all these things with a tool base. Okay, so now what we call that process is nothing but version controller system. If I'm taking one version, second version, third version, like this, it will happen, multiple times, all those things. Now that is a one story. Second use case. Now I design this code, and later on, like, one of other developer started working on same code. He has said like, hey, I have to use your code. Can you share me that code? So if I share 150 of lines code, it's not good for him, right? Again, it get clumsy for him because that is not approved by manager. 170 lines of code, second version 2 only, he has to share that code. How I'm going to share that code to him? Okay, where he can get that latest code whenever there is the latest code, where he can get that latest code. Even later also, I done like version 3 with some kind of lines. I deleted some kind of lines. I became it as 120 lines. So where he can get the latest code, like how I can share that code, how I can make availability of that code to all the developers or like all the team, how they can able to see that. Okay, so this is also a kind of different version. Now, these are like kind of new development activities. That's okay. That's a part of new development activity. So we can, share the code somehow, take it up in some kind of fantasy. We can take it up. We able to manage the code, and we were working on that one. Okay. So, but now it is like the code is already running in the production environment. Just consider there's a case 3. Code is already running on the production environment, and there is a bug identified in that. So how can I go on to say like from which code it occurs the bug? Because I have like thousands of programs, and I have like 10,000s of lines of code where I can take it up that code. So for that, you can identify, yes, suppose, previous version of the code, I'm not getting any error. And this particular code only I'm getting error. Previous version, I don't have any error. And this version, I'm getting the error. So what are the code has been updated? What are the code has been modified in this particular version? Yes. This is the code. So you can, backtrack that easy if you're able to find when that piece of code has been, when that piece of code has been promoted to the production. So now we can backtrack that and say, yes, okay, demographic information of that code. When that code has been written, who written that code, and along with that code, what are the lines it has been designed, who designed, when designed, who approved the code. He need to get a backtrack of the code from that, like we call it as a demographic information, personal information of the code, consider. Okay, we have to get that. Okay, we have to backtrack that. Yes, these are the piece of code. These are 30 lines has been written in that particular time. And this particular 30 lines, there is some bug identified. Now we have to verify that. That is how you can, easily backtrack if you have a versions. Okay, so that is also one kind of use case. If it is a production environment, like me to say, code is already deployed and it is running in the production environment. That is also one of the use case you have. So considering this all use cases, as I told, we required one kind of a version controller. Okay, we required a version controller to maintain these kind of use cases. So we have a different types of version controllers. Like we have CVS, SVN, and Git. Like this we have actually. Okay, like this we have different types of version controllers. And also there is a you good with the versions. You said like you're taking everything in terms of the versions only. You're not told me like anything on the code basis. Okay, so there is one more terminology they called into the DevOps terminology. Okay, this is good with version controllers. We can use even in mainframe also we called the versions as well, and in like many of other technologies also we called. But when coming to the DevOps, we called the similar terminology called SCM. Okay, instead of the versions, we're going to maintain the source code. Here we're not discuss. Both are the same. Both are the same. VCS and SCM both are the same, but terminology is different. Here we call it as a version controller. Here we call it source code management tools. Okay, so these are all same like SVS, CVN. Sorry, it's SVN. Git. These are all different types of source code management tools, are like version controller management tools. Okay, these are the different types of tools we have available in the market. Okay, so we have like what is the usually like why we have a 3 competitor tools and which one is the better, like why it is better, like why I have to learn. As per our course, we're going to learn Git only. Why we are learning only Git? Why we're not going on other tools? To say that this CVS, SVN are like a little bit older technologies, like where Git is a latest kind of thing. Is it only the only thing? No, because both these are the tools right now, CVS, SVN, right? They purely work on the centralized VCS. The method, like we have 2 types of VCS. We have 2 types of VCS. One is centralized and one is a distributed VCS. Okay, so we have 2 types of VCS. One is centralized and one is the distributed kind of thing. Okay, so like in come to the centralized, here we have the SVN and CVS. These are the like you have a clear cluster, like a lot of tools. If you're born from the 90s, right, you may hear cluster, clear cluster, like a lot of tools. We have a similar kind of thing. So those all comes under the centralized VCS. And distributed VCS is nothing but Git. This is the only software as now working on distributed VCS kind of thing. Okay, what is a centralized architecture? What is a distributed architecture? So let me take a paint, guys. Hey guys, let me know if you're able to understand the flow. If you can, stop me if you have any questions on my flow. Okay. Or else you can utilize the chat box. I usually always follow up on the chat box. Anyway, I'm just pinging you hi over there. Okay. So meanwhile, even if you stay to ask a question, meanwhile, do not want to disturb my flow, you can ping in the chat. I can definitely see. Sure. Okay. So let me take a small this thing. So first I go with a centralized distributed. So centralized distribution is a 2-tier architecture. Okay. This is one architecture. It's a 2-tier architecture. Just consider this is, one second, let me take. Okay, it's a 2-tier architecture. If what you will have in the 2-tier architecture, usually it's a client server architecture. What usually like a 2-tier architecture mean to say it's a purely client server architecture. So these are the, just consider these are the developers, developer 1, developer 2, developer 3. Or you can say developer A, developer B, developer C. Okay, suppose as a developer A, I am a developer A. Now I've written the lines of 150 lines of code. Now I want to store that code. Where I can share that, where I can share that review, where I can share the code to my manager for the reviewer. I can do those all things. Okay, I can do those all things. So now how I can do, with the help of a centralized repository, with the help of centralized VCS. Suppose you can take any, what I can say, I'll take this as SVN. Okay, just consider SVN tool. SVN tool, this with the help of SVN tool, we get this as a centralized repositories. We call this, whatever we have here, this is what we call centralized repositories. What is a repository? Nothing but a repository is nothing but a folder structure. In your regular, very common terminology, say nothing but a folder. What you do, you create a folder in Windows machine where you can copy files, like you can copy any files, you can copy pictures, you can copy music, you can copy videos, you can copy whatever you want. But you created all those things in one folder. A similar manner here also, that folder structure, what we're going to call here is repository. What we're going to call it is repository. So in this centralized repository, in this in a short form, we call it as repos. Okay, a repository in the shorter form we call repos. In centralized repositories, SVN tool will provide you a centralized repository where you can place all your code. Okay, now how can I place my code? I'm taking a kind of this thing. Okay, I'm taking. So from developer A, he can push his code into the centralized repository. Now my code, whatever the code, let me write this. Okay, he can push his code from his local machine to the central repository. So where my manager also have access. Now I can say, hey manager, I pushed the code to the central repository and this is a central repository. Now we can access my code from the central repository, go and see that code. So that where my manager goes and see, yes, buddy, no, this is some kind of things you have to change all those things. Then again, you get the review comments, you're going to change here. Hey, I already given here, man. 1 second. I already given here two types examples, SVN, CVS, and Git as examples for this VCS. Okay. So now he said, no, buddy, there is some issue. You have to work on that one. So I said, like, again, I came back and I done. Again, I pushed the code. Same way I pushed the code. Now, again, my latest code is also there in the central repository. But central repository keep every push as a one kind of version. So whenever you push today, now we push the 150 lines of code. That is a one version. Next day, you push one more code. That will take is also different version. It automatically do that versions actually. Okay, that is their response. That is the responsibility of that tool. So whenever like today, tomorrow, or like after the 3 months, if I'm pushing, that will take a latest one version on that one. You can point out to the which version, all those things. No, developer B want to have my code. Developer B want to have my code. What he can do? He can get the code. He can get the code into his local. Okay. That's what I call pull the code to the local. Pulling the code. Okay, whatever there in my central repository, whatever, like suppose A developer push some code. So now B developer can pull the code from the central repository to the local repository. Okay, from central repository to local repositories. So he can now again, like, you know, if B can also push later, he can push the code. He can pull the code and he can push the code. Okay, he can pull the code, he can push the code. So after it changes, he can push the code, he can pull the code. So he can do all these things. Now, whoever having access on the central repository can able to see the code A, whatever the code, whatever the developer A write code, all those things, whoever access to the central repository, they can view that and they can see what versions they have, who approved all those things, when that was written. All these, you know, activities will be maintained here in this central repository. So now what are the drawbacks with the central repository? Central repository, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, Shiva, but actually you just said the manager has given some review comments and developer A is working on the to update the code with the review comments. Now the code will be locked at that point of time, right? You know, how can developer B pull the code, you know, into his local machine?
No, it's not. No one is locking your code. You can have a code, your whatever there, you can see the code. You can pull the code. No one is locking the code. There is no point of locking code here.
Okay, so now if developer A, suppose, you know, makes updates the comments and creates version 2, and at the same time developer B also tries to, you know, commit some changes into the central repository. So how will this version get managed now?
No, this is it's very simple. So suppose the developer A done some code today and it was not reviewed. That review whether happened or like it was not, you know, rejected the reviews, B can see that one. Okay, I hope definitely B developer able to see the code is rejected and he won't take that latest code. No worries. Like even but somehow it is approved and even latest changes, A have to more changes and B took like some old code and he is working on that one. Meanwhile, if both are doing like in the same time, like, okay, if whoever do the first thing, it will goes on the version. Suppose if by before A by before B pushing the code, if A push the latest code, right? So B cannot push the latest code because there is a discrepancy happen, because whatever the code is there, B don't have a latest code in his local because A already pushed some changes. Even meanwhile, C also done some changes because it won't allow you. Say you already have a discrepancies between whatever there in your central repository code and whatever you there in the local code. So what it will ask when the B developer going to push, it will say, get the latest code from the central repository to local and push all the changes. Like suppose if you're now whatever the code you pull, it is V3 version, but whatever the code is there in the central repository V6. So central repository asks you to update your code to the till V6 along with your changes and make your changes as a V7. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, B has to at any point of time when he's trying to commit or she's trying to commit that code into the central repository, has to pull the latest code and then make the changes and then commit it into the central repository.
Exactly.
Otherwise, it will
So
not,
that is like, you know, developers need to talk on that. What is the latest code? All those things he has to do that that activities.
Got it.
Okay. So what are the kind of drawbacks? Drawbacks here, as I told, right, like again, the same, just considering the scenario, like, you know, yeah, like keeping the versions are like, you know, what you called, it is not an efficient method. Okay. How I can say that is not efficient method because of if I lost a central repository for any point of time, if I lost this, just consider, I lost this, okay, I lost this centralized which is missing for some time. Your all code gone. Your project code is gone. That's it. Even until unless this A developer, B developer, C developer keep their local code only. Okay. Meanwhile, if anything is happening, if like meanwhile, you know, anything is happening, like you lost the discrepancies on that one. That is one of the major drawback. And other drawbacks, this thing, right? Like for taking up the latest codes or pulling and pushing, as well as, you know, conflict errors. This won't work as an efficient methodology. Sometimes it will, you know, get you like a lot of conflict issues while you're sending it to the others. They're like, you know, it's not an efficient mechanism where it always, you know, meanwhile C is pushing some code, like timing gaps, like conflict errors is very like a very bad kind of thing I can say on these things. Okay. So conflict nothing but you both are trying to do the same. Suppose developer A and developer B is working on the same code, but both have two different changes. Now system don't know which changes need to be put. As per the system, maybe either either you have to place A code or you have to place the B code, or you have to keep both codes. So it won't understand what it has to what it has to do. So that time it will fail kind of things. But this is like, you know, this will be fail in very when common cases also this usually failed. That is one of the drawback with the centralized repositories. And also, you know, frequent disconnections with the centralized repository is also one of the other drawback which we have. So considering all those things in 2015, sorry, in 2000, not sorry, considering all those things in 2005, where Linus Torvalds, the famous creator for the Linux operating system, like, you know, kernel, okay, he come up with a mechanism called a distributed BCS. That nothing but it is a Git. For his lab purpose only he created that. For lab purpose only he created that. But anyway, it is created for the 2005, but in 2009 and 10 it was, you know, started coming into the world, and from 2013 onwards it became very famous. Okay, because of there are a lot of issues which we have on this thing. Okay, now what is a centralized repository? Now what is a distributed architecture? We will see that and we will go start further. Okay. Yeah, so distributed architecture, it is always a three-tier architecture. Okay, distributed architecture mean to say it's always three-tier architecture. So this consider, sorry, just consider like these are developers only. I take like one developer kind of thing. Okay, developer A, developer. Just consider these are developer A. Okay, so as I told, it's a 3-tier architecture. So as you saw, this is centralized repositories. Here we call this is remote repositories. Here we call this is remote repositories. I could have taken different color. Okay. This we call remote repositories. Okay. So now, as I said, like what is this one? This is just considered developer A. And what is this one? This is what we call index. Okay. This is the one extra feature, like, comes in the distributed architecture. Okay. So how workflow? If you take the workflow, a developer, like now developers don't have a direct push access to the remote repositories. Developer don't have direct access to the remote repositories. Whatever the code, they first deal their code with index. From index only, they can do push that into the central remote repositories. Okay, so they removed a direct access to your remote repositories. The developer cannot push all the director code to the remote repositories. Okay. Hey Sachin, where no one has get that one, you will get it like on the Tuesday because of Monday holiday. Okay. So like how it is direct. If I'm not have a direct push, how it look like. So they given a kind of instructions to say, first you have to add the code into the index. First, you have to add the code into the index, and then you have to commit the code into the index. Okay, here it will create it like previously it is created versions in the centralized repositories, but here itself we're creating the commit IDs. Mean to say here it is creating versions, the commit IDs will be created. Mean to say versions will be created here in index itself. After this index have a latest commit, it will usually use push. Okay, now whatever the code we have in index only, we are pushing it to the remote repositories. Whatever the it's not something code, whatever we have here. Okay, whatever we have here in this, okay, not in local, whatever, not in my local, I'm not pushing the code, whatever in my local, whatever the code in my remote repository, that version I'm just putting into the remote repositories. Okay, that version I'm just pushing into the remote repositories. Okay, what is meant by this remote repositories? Okay, let me take here. So I can chop this as two parts. Sorry. Okay, this what is this remote repositories? So now in market we have lot of services, like a lot of web services providing the remote accesses. One of the example it is GitHub. GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket. These are the types of like commonly used across tools, right? Like commonly used remote repository server web services kind of tools. These are purely a like internet based remote repositories. Is purely internet based, not cloud based. Like say it is a web based repositories. Okay, these are the tools providing this thing. Okay, and whatever we doing on this thing VCS, like as I told, it is provided by the Git. Git is a software tool. Okay, Git is a software tool where they're providing all these things. And this remote repository is provided by the web-based services called GitHub or GitLab or Bitbuckets, where Git is a kind of a software tool. Okay, now here I come back to the architecture where I can see the push and now the latest code is being there in the remote repository. Just consider latest code is there in the remote repository. Now, just for in the case if he has to pull the code from remote repository, once in the case he has to get the remote repository to his local. What are the code is there in the remote repository has to get into the local. So in that case, it is we don't have a direct access. Here also we don't have a direct access. So from the remote repository to the index, from index to the here. Okay, from index to the local repository. These are the two ways. These are the two-way workflow. It has to be happen, and this is what we call fetch, and this is what we call merge. Okay, this is what we call fetch and merge. And later on, some part of time, okay. Anyway, I have to like here. There is no approval kind of required. I can directly do both. I can directly take it up both in both cases, and I can call this as pull. What I can call this is pull. Okay. Even pull is nothing but fetch plus merge. It's not one thing. Pull equal to fetch plus merge. Why? Because it doing like a fetch. I mean to say the fetch has been copying the later remote repository data to the index, and from index to the local system, it called merge. So pull is always do the fetch plus merge. It will do that. Okay. If either you can do fetch or you can do merge, both you can do independently. I mean to say both are two kind of commands, and where you can take pull, both commands can work on. You can directly get the code. So we will see that as a practical kind of thing. Okay. So this is how, you can take it up your code. This is how we can say. Now we'll go on the same use cases. Like we saw some kind of a drawbacks with our centralized repository. Say if your centralized repository got down something. If this remote repository got down, but I'm not pushing my code to the remote centralized repository. I'm not pushing my code to the remote repository. So I have to worry on that one. I'm always pushing my code to the index. Even if that is went on sometimes, I'm not bothering that. I can push that code into the index, and I can push the code into the remote repositories. What are the remote repositories? I can push the code to the remote repositories when the remote repositories has access. So I can have like, an intermediate, placeholder. I can do that one. And every time, so it can have like a fetch and merge, all those things it can have, these things. And the remote repositories, and for the validations, like, you're not dealing anything on direct from local developer to remote repositories. You're doing it directly, you're not doing directly, you're doing it activities from the index, and you're doing it to the remote repositories. Okay. And here the remote repository is maintaining by the different types of softwares, different types of web-based applications, where these all can be happen with your kind of a software. Okay. So these are the this is the three-tier architecture. So any questions on here?
Where does this index stay? Means this is not a repository. So is this present in our own laptop or?
Yes, wherever you have, wherever this thing is also you created, everything comes as a repository only. You also in local also you're going to create that as a repository only. Every repository will have your index. That is nothing but staging area only. You can call that as a staging area as well. But you can call it as an index, or you can call it a staging area, anything. But in terms of Git, it call index only. That index will be into your lab. It will be there into your this thing into your laptop. It will sit it up with your repository itself.
Okay.
I'll show you like where it will be present.
So if something crash or something happens, we will lose that also, right? Like the central repository.
No, it will be there in your local remote. If suppose remote repository crash, now whatever you code, you're doing it to the pushing into the index, right? Like index will have a latest code.
But index also, if in our system or on our laptop, if we have some crash of laptop or something.
No, if your laptop crash, then we can't do anything.
Then how it is distributed? I mean, compared to central repository.
No, if you send, right? No, see, we always the developer's laptop is not these things. We always look for the remote repositories access, because from the developer perspective, if your code is lost, you only lost. If your central repository, remote repository lost, entire project will lose.
Okay.
Okay. And suppose when you bring it back of your laptop, you can have index, right? Your index will be there. So whatever you saved, that you will and see if you have the Git software with you, and you have that index. If your laptop entirely crash and you cannot access anything, then you can't do. Like you will have. Suppose you have 7 changes. Okay, 7 changes has been already remote repositories there. And you have 1 change is there, 8 change, which is there in only index, is not pushing into the remote repositories. So that once your laptop is crashes, then you have like your 8 changes has been gone. Because of that is in your local. So until unless you're pushing it to the remote repositories, you can't get that one. So if remote repository got right, if it down, all the like entire your code bases will get down. Okay.
Okay, so what is the major difference between the distributed and the central? It is
So
also
here it
more
is
or
a
less the
three-tier
same,
architecture.
right?
No, here like if you see, you never see like you pointing it to the always one single developer, a single laptop. I required always pointing on the central repository because my central repository where like not only for the developers, even if I push the code, even if I send to the code to the anything, I have to use the remote repositories. Okay, there that in the central repositories are very limited where I can have like workflow, all those things, because I'm reducing a lot of efforts here, right? Like if I'm doing that, I'm only pushing the code to the index. From the index only, I'm pushing it to the remote repositories. There, it will get like a lot of, it reduce a lot of traffic actually. Okay, that's how I can keep maintain remote repositories efficient. And while coming to these things like conflicts, merge cases, merge strategies, and branchings, there are a lot of new features we have here in this in these things. This is the basic architecture, and if you're going on the more on the futures wise, you have a branching strategy here, you have merging strategies here, you have rollback strategies here, that which I don't have there in the central repository.
I think the merging and branching should be the two very critical, functionalities.
Yeah, that's the reason I didn't tell that answer previously. If I started telling again, it will people asking what is that, what is this and all. It can't go for my workflow. Okay. So yes, I'll goes on like what is the branching, what is the merging strategies, because that is there's a 2 use cases we also have there in the central repository, but we let me complete the session. Okay. I'll go on that particular topics. We have a huge course content for that. But for as of now, we are going on like we are discussing more futures about the Git, more on that one. But if you say what is the basic difference between centralized repository, remote repository? That is a 2-tier architecture. And this is a 3-tier architecture. In here, you're not directly pushing the code to the remote repositories. You're directly pushing into the remote repositories, where you're not pushing into the centralized repositories. That's the direct access. Here, it not have a direct access. It's everything going on the index only. Your index will be in your local, and even if you lost the remote repositories, also you can keep that track of your index kind of things. That is also one kind of advantage you have. But even if you lost your laptop, so no one can do anything. And even whatever you have in there, your laptop is also gone. No one will do that, right?
Shiva, one more question. See, in central repository, you said this is one single software, right?
Yes. Yes. Central
so basically, I log. For example, let's say SVS. I log into SVS, take out my code. I work on my code in the local machine.
Yes.
Okay. Whereas in the 3-tier architecture, distributed architecture, I have Git as one of the softwares.
Yes.
And GitHub as another software. So basically,
no, it's a web-based applications. Like it's a web-based application where they're providing some stories for you, where you're going and utilizing the storage.
But these are 2 different softwares, right? GitHub and Git.
Yeah, it's not a software. That's a web-based storage where you're pushing that into the remote.
GitHub is a storage. Okay, so GitHub is a storage actually. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And every developer will have their own index, staging area.
Yeah, like suppose if you downloaded, suppose the same code downloaded into the 2 repositories, like suppose the same repository there, like it is downloaded by the two developers, A developer and B developer, both have their own staging area, because it is called working tree, that is working directory, whatever you have in your local, so that will have index. So when always connecting to the repository, it will purely goes on through the one particular index which is in your local. So you have 2 staging areas in that case. Because
Shiva,
whatever you yes.
Yeah, 2 questions connecting to the previous one. So Git is basically like it's a command line like CLI commands, and GitHub is where we exactly store. Am I correct?
Yeah,
It's a
Git
remote
is
repository
Git is
where you
not only
store.
Git is not only a kind of a CLI. It is also have GUI, but it's a software tool where it help you to make it a three-tier this architecture. You can pull the code, you can push the code. Although you can connect it to your remote repository, and you can connect to like the remote repository. You can push the code, and from remote repository you can pull the code. All those things you have to do it with the Git. But GitHub is a purely a kind of web-based application storage where you're going to place your software code in there.
So you mean to say like it's like Gmail, where exactly your mails are stored?
Not in Gmail, it's a G Drive kind of thing.
G Drive, okay. And
so Hub, not only now, Hub is the kind of a common word, or repository, registry, Hub, all these are kind of common words we usually, but all are the storage purpose only, like Hub or repository, registry, this kind of terminology purely in terms of the storage purpose only. Okay, but they do like this. It's not a simple storage. They'll do like some. They have some features to handle those things.
No. Okay. It is mandatory to have this web storage part
Yeah,
of this
definitely.
three-tier
Yes,
architecture.
it is mandatory. Yes.
Okay, so we have to use
because
GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbucket, any other
any one of the
web
tool you have to
storage.
use. Yes, because how you are pushing, how you are giving this, how you are giving like to others. This is the GitHub is like help you to get the code, all those things. Okay, so
now let's say, like, for example, you have a Linux machine, right? So
okay,
I have a code on GitHub. Okay, some place I have stored. Can I directly execute that code from the server, or any connection needs to be set up, or is it possible, or should I install something?
No, so like I'm not understand your question, but I'll tell you. See, suppose you have a Linux machine, I have Windows machine. Wherever I have to install Git, without Git, you can't do anything. Okay, so suppose you say like you have a Linux machine, you install the Git. After that only you're install, like after that only you have some operations like where like you can execute the Git commands.
So one doubt here, like in centralized repository system, like if there is a disconnection between the developer's machine and the centralized repo, there will be no code left in the developer's machine, right? That is what you meant.
No, see, developer machine, you can have a code. It's up to you whether we can't say 100% sure, right? Like a developer can store the code, a developer can delete the code. Who knows?
Is it like in centralized, the developer will be directly working on the code which is stored in the centralized repository, or how it is?
No, it's a simple, like I don't know, like it's a simple repository bus. So there you can store the code. That's it. Okay, it's a simple storage solution. You're storing your code. So, yeah, but it has a like a VCS functionality.
Okay, but whenever the developer is working, he'll be directly working on the code which is stored in the, which is there.
No. Actually, we won't allow directly people to work on this, because if we gave, it's purely like access-based restrictions. It will happen. If everyone have access to the central repository, they can go and do anything. But we will keep that access restricted. Say, okay, only this particular people can go and edit the code. These people only can go and do these things. There are some other functionalities, but we usually that's a common sense. Like we won't give a complete write access or like delete access to the centralized repository to all the people. If we gave everyone can do anything, then it go on, right? There is no point of getting that.
So you want to say like in centralized repository and in two-tier architecture and three-tier architecture, the developer will have local code stored on the.
No, developer design the code in the local only, sir.
Okay.
Now he never develop the code in either central repository or remote repository. Those are only storage solutions. I'm telling it again. This is the only you can keep your store. You can keep or you can store your these things which have some VCS functionalities. That is the major thing. No one go do and directly do the coding into the central repositories or remote repositories. Whatever you do in your local, and you can able to push the code into these things.
Okay, fine. So here also he is putting into into two-tier architecture also he is pushing it into a centralized repository, and even in three-tier also he is pushing it to a remote repository, right?
Yes.
So what is the main difference here? Like I'm not able to get it.
Okay, so what did you understand what I told the differences? Can you did you understand? I gave like 2-3 differences I told.
Yeah.
Did you hear that one?
So only the difference to what I means, what I make out is there is something called index. So what is the use of this index here?
No, sir. I didn't only tell index. I told like 2-3 problems as well. Did you understand that problems?
No, I'm not able to.
Did you not gone through that? Okay. Anyway, again, I'll start my session. It seems like the first thing, centralized repository is not, if you lost the centralized repository, your code you cannot do the transactions with your code. Okay. But here you're not taking any direct access to your code. You're directly doing it to the index, and from index, you're pushing it to the code. This is the first thing. Are you good with that?
Okay.
Okay, and second repositories, like you have here, like branching strategies, merging strategies. There are a lot of other features you have here in the remote repositories where you don't have in the central repositories. Is it good? Hello.
Shiva, I think maybe if you just, I mean, put one line around branching. So maybe branching, helps each of the developers to create a, let's say version 2 is the latest, committed
No,
code.
if I started like that, it
it's a
cannot
huge
further
topic.
session.
I know. It's a very big topic. I understand, but maybe
you can't.
I know it's a very huge topic.
Okay, fine. I think you can continue further going. I think.
No. I'm see. I just ask you, like, are you able to understand? There are a lot of futures wise. It is both are two different things. Okay, so don't ask me what are the futures. Like as I told, branching and merging. These are the just consideration. These are the two futures you not have there in the central repository. You have, but it's not an efficient one. And where you have in the Git, it has a more elaborated way. Okay, I'll explain you like what is the branching and what is the merging kind of strategies in coming to the Git. Okay, just consider there are the two futures. You don't have efficient mechanism over there, and you have efficient mechanism here. Okay, sir. That's is it fine?
Okay.
Okay. So and later, right? Like if you see that conflict management. Okay, while doing the merging also, conflict management is very worst in the central repository. I don't know how to say, like it is it not in even it won't handle much conflict management, where in remote repository you will handle like a conflict management is very high. So what is the conflict management to say? If two developers are pushing the same code at the same time, okay, there is a it will always show you like which one code required to be present in there. Or like if A developer and B developer both are pushing the same code at the same time, how you handle the situations? If both are developers done the changes in the same place, how you have to handle the situations? These kind of use cases, centralized repository is very poor, where Git has a lot of new features has been enabled. Is it fine, sir? Are you able to get this one?
Yeah.
Okay. So like this, there are a lot of features. Okay. There are like a few more features wise we have. We are going on once we are going on the course, we have a lot of things. Okay. So did anyone have any questions on the architecture first? Let me know.
No questions from my side.
Yeah, sir. Actually, is there any basic difference between GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket? Why this is actually like?
It is a three different products, sir. It is three
Products,
different
okay,
products,
okay.
Two different companies. So GitLab
Okay.
is one company, where GitHub is a different company. Bitbucket is a different company. GitHub is open source. It is everyone can able to log in there. Bitbucket is a enterprises thing. It's purely like a costable services.
Okay, and what about Bitbucket?
Bitbucket is open source and GitLab is also open source, but GitLab is both open source and enterprises thing, where Bitbucket is purely enterprises support.
Okay.
Enterprises application.
Thanks.
No problem. So we are going on the Bitbucket only. Sorry, we're going on the GitHub only, because we're not going on the GitLab. We're not going on the Bitbucket. Both are like kind of enterprises kind of thing. We are going on GitHub. Okay. So now, let's see, like we go to the practical kind of thing. First, we'll install the Git, and then we will create accounts in the GitHub, and then we will process, like, we'll say we take a small code and we'll try to replicate this architecture, whatever we have architecture, we will try to replicate that. Okay.
Shiva, one small deviation, sorry for that. So like
Yes.
right now we use Git Actions also. So GitHub and Git Actions both are the same work, right? So Git Action is
No,
more
Git is a pure software tool, sir. Git Actions are it's purely one of the feature from the GitHub. It's one of the feature from the GitHub, sir. It's not both are not the same. It is also a kind of one of the feature from your GitHub. That's it.
Okay, it's not different from GitHub, right? Git Actions is a feature.
No. Yeah, it's one of the feature in your GitHub. That's it.
Okay. Thanks, Joseph.
Yeah, I'll show you like yes, madam.
Like GitHub and GitLab is on open source services, and Bitbucket is the enterprise. So can we say like that from Bitbucket we are getting more security? Because in GitLab
no. No. I usually explain that.
Paying like for enterprises version, huh?
Because that's a product, right? Like whatever the here, right? You won't have a public repositories in your Bitbucket where you have a public repository access to the GitHub, and also you have private repositories in GitHub, but where you won't have any public repositories in your Bitbucket, madam. That's a simple story. So while I'm creating, I usually show that. So in GitLab or in GitHub, you have a public repositories option where you can create a public repositories and anyone can access that public repositories. Here also you can create a private repositories. Only certain people who have access to the repositories can only view.
Okay.
That is the only functionality they use in your Bitbucket.
Okay. Yes, understood.
So first, let me install the Git software. Git software, required any software or hardware requirements for that. It's a regular PC is very fine. So just I'm searching, like, I'm not going on. I'm just searching Git download. No, sir, both are not same. As I told, two different products. See, command size, it will be there in the Git. GitLab or GitHub, you won't have any commands.
Siva, do we have to parallelly to download and perform?
It's up to you.
Okay.
Seriously, Mano, I don't know what is the full form of Git. It is that's what they told. It is Git. I don't know what is the mean of Git. Okay.
Yeah, it is global information tracker, sir.
Oh, is it? Seriously,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's all. Global information tracker.
Okay. I'm very sorry. I don't know. Thank you for the information. Yeah, they told Git is easy to learn with a tiny footprint highlighting fast performance. It is outclass SCM tools like Subversion, SVN, CVS, 4 points, clear case, like feature, cheap local branching, convenient staging areas, and multiple workflows.
Shiva,
Okay.
I
just enter like a Git download for Windows.
What's a Git download? Because
I just use Git download for the Windows. Okay. Then I got the first thing. I just open this thing. Okay. And okay, I just went on. So when I enter the Git download for the Windows, this is the page I got. Here I have Mac OS, Windows, Linux based thing, all those things, but I'm downloading it for the Windows. Once in Windows, you have like a different kind of here, portable editions and installer editions. But I always like for the Git kind of thing, I'll go with the standalone installers. Though I just click my PC is 64-bit and I'm just selecting this thing and I'm commenting, I'm just highlighting this thing. Here I'm this thing, I'm just downloading this thing. Okay. So here .exe file has been created in my local. Let it download and I'll show you like how to install. Okay, it's downloaded. I'm just double clicking on that installation kind of thing. And I'm just running this thing. So it get you like, you know, it get you like information kind of thing. So I'm just going on this thing, and I'm not changing anything on here. I'm just pushing next to next. And here, right, choosing the default editor for the Git. Okay, so you may require a kind of editor for your Git software. So sometimes you require to provide some comments, all those things. You require an editor. You can choose your convenient editor here. It's not something like I'm using Notepad++ as my default editor, which is having the tool. You can choose any one of your tool, one of your comfortable tool. You can utilize this thing. There is no this thing. So I'm just using Notepad+ as my default editor. You can choose, if you want, you can choose like Visual Studio Code also as default editor, or you can choose like Vim as Vim as editor. Like you can choose whatever you want to have. Okay. For my convenience, I'm using Notepad++. Just giving next. After the next, here it's adjusting the name of initial branching and in the new repositories. So there is a branching concept here. So, but you know, while you're creating a repository, it defaultly create one of the default branch. In the default branch, what kind of branching name you want to have? So let Git decide, like when you give let Git decide, it'll currently use the master as your branching default branch name, where you can override that default branch name and you can provide whatever the branching name you want to have. Most of the companies, as far as I know, most of the companies use either master or main. Any of the name they're gonna use, master or main. So if I want to use main, I can use here override and I can say main. No, if I want to go master, I can just simply click let Git decide, which is currently master. That will be fine. So it's also your company policy, what kind of main branch you want to have, default branch you have, you can keep like that one. Okay. And here, right, I'm not changing anything. So path environments, I'm said like it is okay, recommended path. I'm just recommended path. I'm going on this thing. And use here open SSL libraries, which are like, you know, certificate CA bundle.crt. Anyway, now we don't have any such such kind of things. We are not required any root CAs, all those things. And here it is also Windows style. I'm just selecting checkout Windows style, commit unique slide endings, because I'll get it both futures here in my Git. I didn't change anything here, and I didn't change anything here. And here also, I didn't change anything. Okay, I just gone with that. And like here, right, this is the one option you have to make sure. Use the Git credential manager or none. If you use the Git credential manager, there's also one of the credential manager tool, which will be in your local system, into nothing but in Windows, that, you know, that will store your, like, you know, usernames, passwords, all those things is stored in your window, like in your Git credential managers. But if I don't want to save, because every time I'll take a different account, so I don't usually save that. So I have to use a token based kind of thing. Here, if you use Git credential managers, it will save your username, password, and next time it won't ask you, like every time it won't ask you to pass username and passwords kind of thing. Okay. But if you set it up multiple accounts, right? If you set it up multiple accounts, sometimes it will get to permission denied. You have to make sure that you remove from the from your credential manager with the old accounts, and you have to update your new accounts. That is the one use case you have to you will find that one. Okay, let me see. Chat has been going on.
So, Shiva, for the adjusting your path environment, you know, we choose
I didn't change anything.
Okay, just the default selection, right?
Yes, just as recommended by the Git.
Okay.
Okay. So I just use none because I don't want any credential helper. I'll take it up every time my own. Okay. I'm just going on the none, and nothing. I haven't changed anything here. I'm not selecting any experimental support for the Sudoku consoles. I'm not doing. I just say ask install.
Configuring experimental options. So
no, I'm not selecting anything. For Sudokus, I'm not selecting anything. I'm not doing anything on that.
Okay, so both are unchecked, right?
Yes, both are unchecked.
Install. Okay.
It's just removing my previous version, which is 2.40.0. Now latest one is 2.40.1 is the latest one, and it is removing my previous Git version, and it is installing like latest one. Okay, I'm just finishing my Git installation. Done. So once Git is installed thing, I'm going on my Windows Start button. I'm searching for the Git. Okay, here it has to get you. Here it will get you like a Git bash, Git command, and Git GUI. Okay. I have like Git bash, maybe like previous version not been properly removed. Once I restart, maybe it will happen. But here, see Git bash, Git command, Git GUI. You have these three options. Okay, Git GUI is a one kind of a GUI tool, graphical user interfaces tool, graphical user interface tools, where you have like, say some kind of semi futures. It won't have 100% futures. It will have semi futures. Okay, you can utilize this also, but it won't have. I'm not sure 100% futures it has been enabled, because you won't see that futures like much futures kind of thing. That is a one thing. And here you have a Git command. In a Git command, it's also one of thing. This will open your command terminal, like whatever you have a command, right? Usually when you enter the command from your this thing, you open a command terminal, right? This is also a kind of purely works as a command terminal, but it will only execute like that particular OS features. Suppose if this is a command, right? I can't get like a Linux features. But while I'm selecting the option, I select Windows-based services and Linux-based commit kind of things. So it can't, like this is purely Git command is purely a Windows-based command kind of thing. Okay, so there's also one thing. And you have Git bash. Okay, so this is a one terminal, like this is also a kind of a terminal where you can works as a purely Git based access. Actually, this is purely Git based tool, but that is also you can access, but it has more benefits if you're accessing it from the Git command to Git bash. You can ask me what is this. Suppose if I'm running a curl command. Curl command is a Linux based command. When I enter, it's a curl, type curl -- help or curl some kind of things. If I enter the same command from my Git command, let me tell you.
Shiva, one small question. While
Yes, sir.
installing that Git branch option will come, na? Which
Yes.
one you choose, override or let Git decide?
I choose override. I told right, like based on usually like functionality of company's requirement. So I choose like I selected as like my own override, and I gave that as main. Okay. Now you can see the differences between these things. So in git command, if I enter the Linux command in the git command terminal, if I enter the curl, it says curl is not recognized command. Whereas same curl I entered, it says curl, try curl hyphen help or something. So it says like curl is available, but you're not providing the right command to do. But here it says curl is not at all recognized command because this is a purely Linux based command. So this git bash is purely comes with a bash terminal, where you can execute some kind of, it will also execute some Linux based commands as well. That is a one benefit instead of git command and git bash. Okay, so yeah, another feature in the paths wherever you go, suppose wherever you go, you will just go here and you get just right click, you will get git bash here and git GUI here. You can directly open from, if you open from here, it will open from that particular path. So C demo, D demos. So here that is D demos. So I can came here. Wherever I want, I can open that. I have like these things. Now, normally command prompt, what you do is go to the paths and you can click the paths and you can enter the command. Okay. This is also one of the other way you usually open in particular locations, right? The same manner, we're also here in right click, simply right click, you can see the git bash or git GUI here. Okay. So this is the way also you can open your git terminals. Okay, git bash terminal or git command terminal, anything. Okay, so we installed the Git software, we downloaded Git software, we installed the Git software. Now we are going on the GitHub. I'm just entering the GitHub in my here. I'm just getting here. GitHub, this is the first command. I'm just entering GitHub integration platform, integrate GitHub 300 apps something. So I'm just entering that. Again, it is github.com. That's a purely kind of these things. Okay. Okay, sorry, maybe I opened a kind of ad. My bad. Yeah, this is the github.com. I previously opened an ad. Okay, don't worry that. Let me. So this is like it comes as a GitHub. Okay, so you can first thing you have to sign up your user. Sign up. Like if you don't have access, if you don't have any account, you have to sign up. You have access, you can sign in directly. Okay, so anyone can provide your email ID. I'll create an account for you. Who don't have a GitHub account, can you please share me with your email ID? I can create an account for you. Okay, so I take this thing. No, you have already this email. It is not access. It was not going on that for account. You got it from Rubina. Email is invalid or already taken, madam?
No,
Sorry.
no. R is small, sir.
Okay, okay. Email is invalid, already taken, madam.
Okay.
I take it from other email IDs.
Entering email ID, it is asking for, would you like to receive product updates? Shall I click on yes or no?
If you want to get a product update, it's up to you, man. If you want to get updates, you can select yes. You will get a lot of junk mails. So don't put it as yes, put it as no.
Fine,
okay. Madam, I just saving like what are the email you have?
Okay. Yeah.
Pradnya, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, nice name. So I am just using the same as password, but it won't enough, I think. I'm just, what I can see. Okay, it is accepted anyway.
Okay,
No, it included a number and use case, so I'll use one for this thing. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
You can able to change later. Don't.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that.
I have to enter a username. I just enter the same as username. Or if you want, I can remove that UK.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Your Pradnya is available.
Okay. So now I can directly log in, Siva. I mean, if
you can log in. If you have account, you can log in.
Okay.
So it's asking puzzle. So pick any two square that item, show two identical objects. So I verified, I created an account. It says something, create password, cannot include password in your login. Sorry, madam. I cannot use a password in like this thing.
Okay.
What I can do, I'll save the password here. And so that I'll remove that UK.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
No, password cannot include your login. I'll give you like, DevOps. I'll give you a very generic thing. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Is it fine? DevOps at rate 1 to 3.
Okay. Yeah.
Very much slow. Unit is not accepting disturbs 1 to 3. Yeah. It is very, very slow for me. I don't know about how it have others. When I enter, it taking like 2-3 minutes. So let me refresh this page. I'll take it again, madam. It's very, very slow.
Okay. Spelling the same.
8 character including in number and lowercase letter. DevOps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Password is the list of passwords common uses.
First letter, one alphabet letter plus
No,
one
no,
special
no, no.
character.
It is taking like a common. So I just gave star as a 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
It is very much slow, actually. That is a problem. When I enter something, it is taking like longer time to respond.
I have created.
Yeah. So, madam, you will receive a code. Can you help me with your code?
Sure. Just a second. Yeah, it's 920 74954.
So once you have, like it says some skip, some kind of personalization, I'm just skipping the personalization. Okay, so this is like a very first screen where once you get here, this is a very brand new screen. And the first thing you have to do here, have to go here and create a repositories. How to create a repository, but it's not the same directly go and create a repositories here as like it's showing like don't create a repository. First go to the settings here. Okay, just click on here. Here I can, my cursor is there. Here I click on here. Here you will get your username signed as these things. Go here and go to the settings here. Go to the settings here. Then you have organization. Here you can see, here you have organizations. You can see that I'm just highlighting this thing. Here you have organizations. So this is what you have. So now we have to create an organization. In the real time, like me to say, for any of the users, they'll have an organization. Inside of that organization, they'll have a multiple projects. Okay, multiple repositories, multiple teams they have. So I'm just creating a free organization here. Organization and just giving star as well. A contact email and say like just giving this thing, and it's my personal account. And again, it has asked me to verify. So I'm just accepting this thing and asking to create an organization. Once you create an organization, so after creating organization, it is asking you can invoke any members to your organization. You can invoke to any member. I'm just giving my user ID here. So
Sorry, Shiva, but I have missed that part. From where we have to go to the organization?
Here, like you're selecting the profile here, you can see my cursor, right? From the profile, you can go on the settings. In the settings, you have organizations. Or you can have here your organizations as well, both ways.
Okay.
So once you created organization, usually like what we do in the real times, they already have an organization. They already have a lot of teams over there. So once you went on there, you created a Git account for you. They created a Git account with your email ID, and they add you to the specific team. Okay, here like you have multiple teams. So for the particular team, they have access to the particular repositories only. Okay, so I'm just I'm just invoking my access so that I receive an invoke access, so that once I accept it here, I'll be member of that organization. I'll be member of that organization, and I also have access to the repositories. Okay, so this is what it is. Star Agile. I gave it's a wrong spelling, madam. Very sorry. If you can remove that also, if you want, you can delete that organization, but forget about the spelling. So this is my organization here. Okay, this is the organization what I created over there. Okay, so now here I have repositories, projects, packages, teams, paper, and all. So if you have a teams, right? If you have a teams, mean to say you have flexible repository access. Suppose like I kind of a member for the two teams. Okay, I require to have access to the repositories with the two teams is accessing. Suppose our like one of the member, right? They have only access to the one particular team. They want to have, or they only get access to that particular team only, not for all others. Okay, they not get for all the other these things. Okay, so that it based on your team access, you can see flexible repository accesses, request to join the teams, and team mentions anything that you can do here. Okay, but our main responsibility is to create repositories. So first we'll come to here and we'll create repositories. So I'm just, I came here on the repository section and I'm just creating a new repository here.
Shiva, 1 second. So like I had an existing account of GitHub, and when I'm going to my right top, my icon and the drop down, I'm not seeing you like add organization option.
No, sir, go to the settings. As I told, right, go to the settings.
Okay.
Here you have organizations.
Oh yeah, got it. Thank you. I mean, just missed that. Okay.
Okay, so I'm just creating a new repository here. This repository will be considered under this organization only. So I have an organization where I can add members and I can create a teams, all those things, and I create a repositories here. And the repositories, I'm just creating like repository, text repository. Just consider I'm just creating a test repository. Okay, and description is all kind of. Here you can see this public and private repository. Anyone in the internet can see this repository. You can choose who can commit. Our private repository, you can choose who send and commit the repository. Mean to say, these are the two options you have: public repository or private repository. Public repository mean to say anyone in the internet can able to see that repository. Private repository mean who have access to the repositories, they can only see that one. So based on here, like in your Bitbucket, you won't have a public. You have everything as a private image registries only. Private repositories only, sorry. Okay, now I'm creating a public repository. Okay, I'm creating a public repository. So here I have next is option. It is asking me a README file. Okay, this is where you can write a long description of your project. README file is a kind of, it's a simple text file kind of thing where you can write why you created this repository. The major functionality of that remote repository, major uses of a repository, we always give you like what content we have in this repository, why we created this repository, what this repository contains, all those kind of a long description we will provide in this file. So I'm also creating that one. Okay, and .zt ignore I have, and I'm not selecting anything, and I have a license also. I don't have any license. And see here, this will set as a main. This 1 second, guys. Someone knocking my door. Give me a minute.
Hello guys, actually I want one member for Git. Can I use Subho Saha mail ID?
I just checked my account. I don't know, somehow that account is I'm not able to retrieve. So I'm have to create one more.
And Madhushri, are you there in Git?
No, not yet.
But can we skip this step, like to add the organization member, or is it mandatory? Anyone knows? Any idea?
If we can add this thing now, so we can share our code also, na. So it's real time explain we can get from this. And we are not going to upload a very important code over here. We are only uploading test code there.
Yep. Sorry, did I miss any conversation?
Yeah, Siva, actually, there is this to add the organization member. So it's not mandatory, right? We can skip the step.
You can skip the step, but why we are doing on that one? You created your own repository, right? See, suppose you created your own repository for reviewing kind of things, or you cannot do with others, but that is not the way you have to do it in the real time, right?
Yeah.
So in the real time, if I require to show you like, okay, this is a kind of organization. So in right, we will, the same way we are following here, like it will create, they'll have an organization based GitHub or like Bitbucket kind of thing. And they have multiple teams out there. Like you are only going to be add into the one particular team. Even if you change the team, then again, they'll have one more team there. You're going to add their repositories. They're providing access to the this repository. So that is a real, that is the same case we're following here. It's not up to you. Like it's not in a mandatory thing. You can take it up your own way. But this is if you follow this thing, it's easy to understand. Like if it is seeing you like a real-time environment.
Okay.
And also in the repositories, if required to get approval, right? You have to be, if you get your own repositories, not with organization, you won't get a members over there. Okay, it's up to your own.
Okay, Siva. Yeah.
Okay, see here, this is set as a main as a default branch. While installing also, I set it as a main. If you want, you can go to the settings and you can change. But I'm okay because I gave there also main, here also I gave main, and I'm just creating the repository.
One minute, Siva. That one, what is that README file? What is the use of README file?
README file is like a kind of a text file. It's a plain text file where it will have like, usually we maintain by what this repository contains. Okay, a kind of long description about the repository. Suppose just consider this is I created this repository for the debit card. I have a banking system and I created this repository for the debit card. So what is the functionality I have for the debit card? So suppose I have to, there is a card activation. Just consider there is a card activation. So that is the functionality I created this repository. Now I'll explain all these things like how the card can be activated and all these things I can write it a long description, like kind of a documentation. The documentation I'll provide it here in this readme.md file. Okay, that is a use case. If any architectures or if you want to explain what the major thing we do here, what this repository contains, that is a long description we provided here for the readme.md file.
No need to mention anything in README file, you're saying.
No, you have to maintain, you have to see, it is a plain text file, buddy. You have to maintain why you're creating this repository. What you're going to maintain that repository. Why you created this repository? Tell me first thing.
Okay, those things we need to
store the code. You created the repository for storing your code.
Yes.
Okay, and what kind of code you are storing in there? How come when I come to know, how can I see that what kind of code you're maintaining over there? If I need to get a documentation on that, right?
Okay.
That is the kind of description you will present it here in the readme.md file.
Okay, got it. So organization is mandatory for creating a repository?
The file will be created, readme.md will be there. It's not a mandatory thing, but 99.9% will maintain the readme.md file. But it won't impact any. It won't impact it.
Before creating a new repository, so organization.
No, you created a readme.md while you're creating a repository. There is an option you have to select.
That is why Redmi, I got that one. I am asking that before creating a repository, you need to create the organism, or it's not mandatory?
No,
to create the
as I
organism?
told, right, again, same thing. Like if I am maintaining that as a kind of how organization flow, like how we do in a real time the workflow, we are doing that. Okay, that is the way I'm creating the organization. You can, if that's not mandatory, you can create your own repositories and you can maintain your own repositories.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so here you can have all these things. So once I created the repository, here you can see this is the main branch I created. You can able to see that my screen, right? This is the main branch I can able to see. I highlighted my this thing. This is the main branch I created. This is a default branch has been created. And a few other things I have. See, someone is asking about the actions, right? You can see this is also one of the future here in this GitHub repository. Can you able to see, guys?
Yeah.
Okay, you can able to see it, right? Like this is the one of the
Yes.
future for your GitHub.
So GitLab and GitHub the same options like code, main.
No, sir, two different products. So, to tell you very easy, mobile MI phone and Realme phone. What is the two difference?
MI phone?
MI phone and Realme phone. Any two companies of phones. Both are phones only, but both have a different features, different costs, different visualizations, different shape. But both are using for the phones and watching movies or watching YouTube only, sir.
Correct. Okay. Okay. But I never use a phone and Realme phone. That's why I don't know.
No, whatever you're using phones, sir. Like even if you're using Apple phone or if you're using anything, phones are phones. That's it.
We have not used in which one GitHub and GitLab. So you can
Yeah,
post.
both are kind of both are remote repositories only. But this is like GitLab is a kind of a premium where GitHub is open source.
Okay.
Shiva, one question.
Have you already explained about the action?
No, madam, I didn't. That's not in our scope, actually. This is also kind of separate feature, which is for the GitHub action. Someone is asking me like where I can find that. So I am showing that.
Okay.
Shiva, now like you made us install Git, a
Yes.
software on Windows, and now we have GitHub. Are you going to integrate both, or how are we going to going forward? How are you going to
It has to. It has to. Okay, it must have to. You like why you created GitHub and why you like this is what you are doing it, right? Like from if you see this architecture from where I'm doing from my local, I have to push it into the remote repositories. I have to keep the code into the remote repository, which is nothing but GitHub.
Yeah. So Git basically gives you the command line interface. So like from local, you are pushing it to GitHub, which is the final repository.
Okay. Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay. So now this is just consider this is my repository. And in this repository, you have an option. You can see this highlighted green color has the code. When you click on this thing, it will get you like in a clone command. It will help you to get the clone command. So you can take like what are the repository you created that you can take into the Windows local, like from your local Git. Okay, this repository, what are the repository you created? You can take this repository, test repository into the local. Okay, this repository you can take into the local. So now how can I take this? And here I have different types of SSH and I have like GitHub CLI, I have HTTPS I have. I'm just taking this repository into my local. I just created this repository and I'm taking this repository into my local. Okay, so now I need to come into the local. So now in the local means I have to use git bash. Okay, so now what I'm doing here, I'm going on a kind of this thing. So I just created a new folder. What I'll do, I create a new folder for star as well. I created a star as well. Here, what I'm doing, I just taking I just clicking right click and I get git bash here. I take the git bash and here I have to provide the git commands. Okay, in git commands you have two types. In Git commands, you
Shiva,
have two types.
Could you just explain that small section, that clone from there?
Okay. So now whatever the repository you created in the remote repository, remote repository created, right? That repository you're taking into your local. Okay. So if you're doing it as the first time, you have to clone. If you're doing that remote repository into your local, have to do the clone. So this is the clone option. Here, if I click on the code, I can get the clone option. I have to here like different types of options I have, but I'm taking HTTPS because I'm working on the Windows. I copied this and I came back. I just created a folder I just created a folder called star for my purpose. And I have to provide that like link here. Before going on the link, I'm just explaining two types of commands. One is global and local. Global commands and local commands. Global commands can work anywhere, but local commands can work within .cat. Within .cat. What is this .cat? This .cat is nothing but taking this as a Git repository, considering that as Git repository, and nothing but your indexes will be there. So you have to like, some of the commands purely can work without your .cat, but most of the like 95% of commands will work within the only .cat only. If you even work on that, you can, like, some commands work on the global. Suppose for example, clone command, okay? Clone command, git status command. So like we have a few commands can work without .cat, but remaining commands, all other commands need to work under the git local command. So it requires a .cat, but I don't know where that .cat, all those things. But when you clone a repository, or when you create a repository, it created automatically a .cat folder. Let me show you that. So now what I'm using, the command structure, git clone. I'm providing that URL, whatever the URL I copied from my clone command from a remote repository, I just copied here. Okay, and then I'm just entering here. Okay, so it says cloning into the test. So it will create a folder with me. Let me show you. It created a folder called test here, and this test have readme.md by a kind of a markdown source, as well as .cat. This .cat will come as the default for every repository. And this .cat is a hidden file. You have to enable hidden files view, then only you will see that .cat folder. Okay, once you click this thing, you will have like, your index. So you cannot see the physical index. It says like you cannot get the physical index. But here you can see this is index. This is where you have index for your repository or staging area for your repository. Okay, so this is now, as I said, right, like now I have to if I say like if I execute git command, suppose like if I'm working on git add command, so simple add command, it say Fatal, it is not a git repository. It says remaining commands, most of the commands as I told, it works under the local commands. So first thing I have to take where my .cat is been there. I have to go to the path where my .cat is there. So I'm just going on CD. It is there in my text. So I just went on the text folder. Can you see the differences between here and here? It can go n number of paths, but this particular piece of thing, right? Like it says main, nothing but this is a Git repository. You can consider when you're able to see a branch name here in the brackets, nothing but this is a Git repository. You can consider, yes, this folder is a Git repository. You have to consider this folder is a Git repository. Okay. So if I gave ls, here I can get only readme.md file because I won't get any hidden files. That .cat is purely like, it is, it help you like, do the transactions with the Git, all those things. It purely taken care of the Git. You're not required to worry on that. Why I have, if you want to have, you can give ls-la. There you'll get .cat. Okay. So normally you won't get that because it's a hidden file.
Shiva, it shows you main, like in test when you are running ls command, na, it will give you main in green color. It will not
Yes.
give me. It is not giving
Because
me.
it's not that's what I told, right? It's not, if you go to the repository, you have to go to the repositories. If you go to the Git repository, it will show you the branch name here. That is the way you can say that is a Git repository. So when I select here, when I click in this thing, star SL, even for me, it is not showing on this thing. When I went to the repository, when I go the repository, it showed me that.
Yes, I have got. I went there, but still, I mean, have you, okay, at the time of installation, you select the main keyword for the main branch like this.
But for you, what you gave? Did you give main, or did you give any different name?
No, it didn't ask me. Directly, I have installed the Git.
No, madam, I told like I told very clearly, like while installing, you can give either master or you can give main.
Still, it have to be asked me at least master. No?
It won't. No, it says like it can be Git decide as a master, or if I told, right, if you choose it, like let it be like Git will take as a master. If not, like it will you can choose whatever you want to have. It gave you it will ask you like that, and you can have to provide whatever the value you have. You have to read that in instruction carefully. I told it is, and even someone again after installation also someone asked the same question I told. But anyway, no problem. Just share your screen. I'll tell you like what I've done the mistake on there.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
So I'm getting some SSL exception when I cloning this.
No, what is the error?
I'm getting some SSL exception. I pasted on the chat box.
Okay, it is. No, 1 second. I'll ask you to share the screen. Okay, are you sharing the screen, madam?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you see my screen? Yeah.
Yeah, you have to go to the repository, madam. CD just give Rebina repository.
Okay, 1 minute.
No, you're sharing the command line, right? Not here. Don't just go to the command line. Go to the git bash, please. At command line is shown me, madam.
Search in it should
1
be.
minute. And your screen.
Yeah. So just give CD and Rebina. CD just get RU. CD space RU. Just enter tab. Tab. Just enter tab.
Tab.
Yeah. Just enter. Did you get the main? That's what I told. I have to go to the repository.
Yes, repository. Yeah. I'm considering as a folder only.
Okay,
I'm creating a folder with the name Git, na? That's why I go into the Git. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
No problem. Hey, no, so like some SSL error you're getting, right? Can you share your screen quickly, please?
I'm sharing.
Prakash, right?
Yes. I share.
Okay, so where which OS it is?
Windows.
Windows. Okay. Just use like, okay, go to the repository. Copy that HTTP path. Close the terminal first. Close that Git terminal. Are you going on the SSH kind of thing? Just open right click here. Git bash here. Yeah, just enter that. No, just give clone. No, git clone. Space and paste that link. Yeah, enter. Access this thing, SSL certificate, a problem, unable to get the local issue certificate. Okay, did you select any certificate while installation? You might be selected like some kind of issuers with a CSAT or root certificate kind of thing, buddy.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that is one. It is trying to look for the certificate. Yeah, I told right, like we are not selecting any option on the certificate perspective.
I followed you. Might be a bit something. Anywhere I can see from the settings somewhere what I selected.
No, not that. Just while installation of Windows, it is a problem.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Let me reinstall again.
Mukesh, can you share your screen quickly?
Yeah.
So you're not selected README. You're not selected that option. So you select a different option.
Oh, so if we have to select README?
Yes, because you created a blank. You created a blank repository. This is the use case too. Okay, just kept it like that. It will like okay. You just kept it like this thing. Just create one more repository. Follow the same. I'll tell you like this is a use case too. Okay. Just click on the CD, Mukesh. Okay, create one more repository, sir. Now you have to go to the organization, sir. Like no. That CD, sorry. You have to go to the organizations every time.
Okay.
Organizations. You created organization. Click on that organization. CD, Mukesh. Now create repository here. You have repository sections over there, and the second option. Top, sir. You have like items on there. Overview repository here. Yes. I click the new repository. Just give any other name. Just select a public or private. Select public. Anything is fine. Okay. Select readme.md. Just create repository.
Show this option. Okay, it was not showing this option for me.
Yeah, you created a blank. You created a blank and a blank repository, sir. Okay, that's a use case too. I'll come to that later.
Okay, thank you.
Siva, can I share my screen once?
Repository means? We're not getting blank repository means what exactly?
Nah, sorry, sir. Like I'll take it up that later. Like okay. Is it fine?
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, someone is asking.
Yeah, Shiva, Pradnya here. Can I share my screen once? Just to, okay, 1 second.
Can I do quickly?
Yeah, sure. Able to see, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I think I'm good till here. I've got the folder also, and the bash. I'm good, no? Right here, I see the main repository.
Okay.
And yeah, so yeah, we are good here, right? No, you did not teach anything further, right, from here?
No, that's what I told.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much.
So, do you want me to install GitHub again?
No, Git, sir, not GitHub.
Okay, Git, you want me to install again?
Yeah, check like don't select any certificate option. Okay, just
followed
my instruction. Just followed the instruction of mine. You missed in one particular place. So it goes on like a root PEMs or like a lot of certifications that CA bundles, lot of certification perspective. It will ask. Okay. So for timing, just keep it like that. Just followed my this thing, and while after the recording session, you can try. Or like or else you'll miss again some context.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, so I have this file here. I have like readme.md file. Now I'm trying to create a new file here. Okay, I'm trying to create a new file. Just consider I'm just creating a new file. I'll take it like a simple hello world Java. I take hello world Java. I'm just taking hello world Java, a simple code, a Java code. Okay, and I don't know what it is there. I just taking it from the internet. Don't ask me like any questions on that. So I'm just taking it from the hello world there. And from hello world, I'm just, saving this thing. Okay. In this thing, I'm just saving this as, I'm just saving it as hello.java. Okay, this is the code I have, hello.java. This is a hello.java I created. And this is a simple Java file. Just consider it's a simple Java file. Here I have this file. So now the file has been created. And what is the first step in the architecture I have to do? I have to add that to the index. I have to add that to the index. So how I can add that to the index? So I have to give git add, and I have to give the file name. Here I have to give the file name. What is the file name I have? Hello.java. Okay, but if I have one file, I can give this. Like if I have hundreds of files, how can I give like each and every file? So you cannot give the file name. So better you going do a star. It will take all the files. Let me write the commands here. Like where is this? Not this. So what you have, you write it up git clone command here, git clone, and you can say URL. This is the one, and you have git. Next is what we're checking, git. Okay, add command. Either you can give git add file name, or you can give git add start. So it will automatically take all the files. What are the files? Even if you have hundreds of files you created on there, all the files will be added to that. Okay, it will add it to the all the files. Okay, but I'm not giving this thing before going on the add file. I want to see like now I don't know whether hello world is the only one file. I don't know how many files are there on that one to add. So how can I see that? First command you always use git status. Git status is the first command. So once you enter the git status, like we write here, okay? First thing, let me write it here. Git status, it gave you, buddy, your branch is up to date with origin mine, that I'll tell you later. There is a one untracked file here. There is a one untracked file. Okay, it is untracked file mean to say if the file was unable to track anything, it was unable to track any details on this particular file. Mean to say because this file is not added, this file is not been there any other places. Now it says untracked file. Just I'm copying this this sentence. Again, just taking the sentence. Just copying here. Later on, I'll go on. So now it's a yes, it is untracked file. Now let me add that file by using git add as a star. So it not executed any error. I good with this thing. Now again I give git status. Previously what it has, it says it is an untracked file. Okay, so it says it is an untracked file. Now again it change it to the color as a green color, and it says it's a staged file. It says changes to be committed to unstaged. It says like it is unstaged because the file is being staged. This file is in staged. This file is staged. The other status is staged. Okay, now file is being staged. And now what is asking? File need to be committed. File need to be committed. After adding the file, what we have here in this architecture, after the adding, we have to create a commit. We have to do a commit. So for doing the commit, we have to use git commit -m, a custom message. Why have to provide a custom message here? The custom message will help you what committing you are doing here. What committing, like what you're committing here, like a kind of detail, a kind of a small information about this thing, what you are committing here. Suppose I'm taking a commit, I say hello.java file added. When I see this, when I see a commit ID here, like when I created a commit ID, after a few days, if I see like what I've done here in this commit ID, it's very easy for me to understand. Hello.java has been created here. Hello.java has been created here in this commit ID. Even I can track that, I can go on, but it's just, very like not go to the deep level. You can directly see here what you have done. It says file change, 7 insertions and create more this thing. And the hello world has been created with a kind of, this is the commit ID, okay, main, and this is a 3758. This is a commit ID has been created for this thing. Say it is created one version. Now, whatever the changes I've created, it's created one version for me. Now I'm going on the again git status. See what I have here. It says nothing to commit and working tree is clean. Okay, it says nothing to be committed because whatever we have, whatever the changes, whatever all these things we've done into the index. Now we done into the index. Now we need to push that into the index. So sometimes, right, like if you are a freshly new account, if you're not been setting up your account, it will say when you give git commit, it say first, let me know who are you. It'll ask who committed the code. Now I can say Shiva has committed this code, or for me, like even it won't give my name. It says like the other person name. Okay, it gave me like a different name because it's not my account. It's not one I have just shown you. Like this is not my account. It say like someone required to say yes, who created this account or who committed these changes. So for you, right, like sometimes it will get you like, okay, first identify yourself. While you're doing a commit, it will ask you identify yourself. That time you have to enter your username and password with these following commands. Let me write it up here. Even I can write it up here. Git config -- global. Okay, global, and you have to use user dot git config -- global user dot name and your username. Okay, so while you setting up your account, you have a provided email ID and username. I have to provide your username. So I have to provide my username at GVShiva 2008 is at the rate of this is my user ID. I can set. After this, you can say again, you have to use user dot email and the same space, and you have to provide your email. I said like GVShiva 2008 at the rate of Gmail. This is my email. I have to click this. Let me write it here. Okay. FIC -- global -- global. You say user dot name. You have to give username. Sorry, space. Okay, you have to provide your username here. And same git config global -- global, sorry, user dot email, and you have to here email. Okay, so you have to configure. Sometimes like if you're doing the freshly, it will throw this error. Okay, so now you have to configure username and user profile, then it will do a commit. Okay, so after done the commit, it says like my working tree is very clean. So I'm good with that. Now what I have to do in the architecture, as per the architecture, now I have to push the files into the remote repositories. Okay, I have to push the remote repository. I have to push whatever there in my index. I have to push the changes to the remote repositories. Now I use a git push, a simple git push command. If I enter this git push, it asks me the username and password. See, it is asking my username. It is asking me the passwords. But like, I have to provide the username. I just gave my username. I have to use, Pradnya, can you ping me your email ID?
Yeah, sure.
I can take it from here as well. Anyway, shortly I'll take it up your email ID. After the break, I'll change like my email ID. Okay.
Okay.
So what it asked me, it asked my username. I gave this thing, and after email ID, sorry, it is not selected. It gave me wrong email ID. After username, it is asking password. But anyway, I gave a password. Says support for password authentication was removed on this thing because it is says like it removed the password authentication. But if you select as a Git credentials manager, it will take passwords. Okay, if you selected that, you're not required any help from the Git from the your credential manager. Now we have to the password support authentication has been removed for this thing. Now what you have to do, you have to go to the Git here, and again you have to go to your user profiles. To go to your user profiles here and here, and you have a go to the settings. So same previously we went on the settings, and you have to scroll down here, and here you have developer settings. Here you have developer settings. Click on the developer settings. Here you have personal access token. You have to create access token. So going on the classic access token, and here I have to generate a classic access token. So I'm just clicking on a access token. Here I'm giving a note as GitHub token, and expiry of this token, you can set it up. I can say no expiry. And what is the access to be provided for that that thing? You can select all whatever you want to have, but I'm selecting all the privileges here. In organizations, it will take it as an SAML. Okay, no need to worry on like what is the password I have to use or something. See, this is the access token has been created. I can copy this token and I can store this token. But anyway, I'm just okay. Anyway, I'll share it to you, madam. Okay, if you want, you can later you can remove that as well. Okay.
Okay.
You are selecting all the options in personal access token.
Yes. Okay, I shared you that code, madam. So now again, I do the git push here, and I have to select the username. I copy the username. Just paste it here. Asking password. Again, what are the access token I created? I have to provide this here. So now it's a 100% writing objects, 100% done. I'll go to here now. I'll go to the remote repository. What are the remote repository I created? I'll go to here. You already created these many.
Yours is Star Agile. Mine I have created. Yeah, yours is Star Agile.
See here, this is the repository I have. And in this repository, I had created a text repository is already there. And now in this repository, I have a code added hello.java, which is hello.java file added is a description I gave, and which is done 8 minutes ago. I done it in my local, and now this file has been came here. Previously, I don't have the file. I created the file now, and I was able to push the file into my remote repository. I'm able to push the remote repository, push the changes to the remote repositories. Same, whatever we have architecture, we saw add and we saw commit and we saw git push. So now files in the remote repository. Okay, are we good with that?
Siva, how did you save that code in your folder, in your local folder, like as a .txt or what was that? I missed
I just gave hello. It's a .java file.
Okay, okay, yeah.
It's a Java file. I just saved that as a .java file.
Okay, okay.
Shiva, after developer setting, where we have to go? Like it's giving me 3 options: GitHub apps,
A personal
outside,
token,
personal access token. Okay. Then in here, find grain tokens and token classic.
That is one is a beta and one is a classic. Just go to the classic.
Okay.
Can you share those steps or history so that I can try?
Sorry?
Those steps you have written there. Can you please share or the history you have? Yeah, these things on the message.
No, I'll share this. I'll share this, after the session, buddy. No worries. Tomorrow, once it's our, created, I'll share this file. But anyway, I'll share you this entire code, whatever I've written here for
Let me
everyone.
try once by
After,
myself.
like maybe just while closing the session, remind me. I'll close because you have a day gap, right? You can practice tomorrow. It is a holiday tomorrow, so you can practice that tomorrow.
Yes.
Just remind me that, okay?
Okay, sure. I will.
You have copied that code and saved somewhere. So where you saved that code, Java code?
I saved the where I created the folder, right? Where I created a folder, which I created a text folder, which I have here. I just saved here as a hello.java.
Okay.
Shiva, can you once again tell the concept of that git config global thing?
Yeah, here I gave 1 second. Let me save this thing.
For token, you choose no expiration, na?
Yes, madam.
Yes.
Shiva, I can't seem to find that under my repository. That new file.
1 second, sir. So please, it seems better if you guys are practiced after the recording. If you're following me, you're missing something, and again, it is coming like for you. Just my humble suggestion, just started listening the class and practice when after you going on that. Okay, that maybe you can learn or you don't want to miss something. That is this main intention. Like who have some issues, please share your screen.
Can I? I have created, but I don't know I have followed proper path or not. So can I say?
Yes, sir. So, my humble request, just after from tomorrow class onwards, don't install or don't follow my kind of thing. Start listening class and followed and try those things after you have a session. Okay.
Yes. So what is the use of Visual Studio here? I could not understand.
Visual Studio is like a code IDE.
So you did something here.
What are the code I copied into the? I just saved with the Visual Studio code only. So I just took that. That's it.
Okay.
Shiva,
yes, sir. Like you say, you are doing all push and all, sir. Like, did you created a file over there? It says everything is up to date.
1 second. This is the.
I have a jump server. I have written some code on that jump server, and I need to push that code to the GitHub. Okay. So is it possible how to?
You can see, like if your gem server have a Git, you can do that.
Okay. But what is the process? I don't know.
Now you have to install Git over there. So what is a gem server? It's a Linux server or anything?
Linux server only.
Install Git. Git comes as a default. You're not required to install Git. You can directly clone the repository and just update what are the files over there and just do Git push. It will take it up to the Git repository.
Okay. So directly we can write the codes in GitHub also.
You can write, sir, but that's not an efficient method. Like usually we restricted people not to write a code in the GitHub, because if everyone have access and everyone changing it from the GitHub, it's not the way to do, right? So you're writing the code. Where are you going to test, sir? Like a simple thing, you have to test your code, and after that only you have to get a final code, right?
Yes. No.
After this, you are going to take break, yeah?
Yes, we're taking a break after this.
Hello, Shiva.
Yes, sir.
I just shared my screen. So like you said, I have created that hello Java world.
Close this one. I'm able to see the file is there.
And even
can
like
you do
you
Git?
said, Git
No, can you give Git status?
Okay.
So you have a file, but you're not committed the file. File is in unstage. Did you committed the file? You're not committed, right? Why you're taking push? You have to use git commit. Enter now. Now it is committed. Use git push now. So yeah, it is asking username. It's asking password. So you're giving password. As I told, password support authentication was removed on this thing. Have to create a token for that.
You have a token.
just don't know how to go and give it.
Okay. Do one thing, just to follow my recordings.
Okay.
Sorry, Shiva, could you please tell me the concepts of a global command? A global command is authenticating like a who, it is you're setting up your username so that who committed that, it will understand that, okay, Shiva committed, or if I configure my username and password, it says Shiva committed. If you configure your username password, I can say Anish has been committed, so that, we can see who committed the code, we can identify that. Okay.
Sure, this username is specific to the particular repository. Say, for example, in my same laptop, I have my workspace for a company, and I'm doing a local practice. And if I set that global config as my personal
Yes, sir.
email,
Like that is a problem, as I told, right? If you save, like if your company using like a Git credential manager, your personal account get in like a permission denied errors. If you not have like it, you can use you can use say Git username password to store. If you not stored anything, it says like it not using Git credential manager. You can use even in there also. But if your company organization policy, if it is saving your credentials as in stuff, SAML, it is saving it as Git credentials manner, that's a problem.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll take a break, guys. It's almost 9:30. We'll take a 15 minutes break and we'll come back. We'll see.
Yes, yeah.
Please, humble request, don't try to install at the same time. You're missing a lot of things.
Yes, yes.
Okay, do it like after for the tomorrow session. Start listening me. That makes you better. Okay.
The only problem is that recording is still not available with us.
No, sir. One day only, sir. Like no, don't tell that kind of thing. One day you will lack off. Now it's almost 11 o'clock today. You're sleeping. Are you do the practice after the session itself?
Yes,
it's almost 11. No. Then I can't help you in that case.
No,
I can't help you in that case, sir. Or take a running notes and practice it. Or else I'll give you these running notes and practice that. Okay.
Yes, yes, sure.
I giving these many options, and other than that, I can't do anything.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's have a break. Yeah.
The break is started or what? We can go.
Yeah, it's
Someone else?
started.
Okay.
Hey guys, I'm back. Okay, so we committed the files and files was been here, and I was able to push the code here in the remote repositories. Just consider there is some changes in this file. Like I'll going on here itself, like I'm just going on here this file and I'm just editing here. Normally we won't do that. Okay, I'm just editing this file. I'm writing one more line of instruction here. I'm saying like this is the same copy and command. I'm editing this file to the different thing, like a hello, instead of hello world, let's say hello Shiv Prasad. There is some changes been happened here. Okay, there is some changes been happened here. And now I require to pull these changes into my local. Okay, I require to pull these changes into my local. So for coming to the pull, what I told here, either you have to do the fetch or merge. You can do fetch. Fetch will be copy the changes into the index, where merge will be from index to the local. Or if you use git pull, it will automatically do that. So we will try both cases. First, I'll take the git fetch. Okay, I'll take the git fetch. I just going here, same wherever my GitHub here. I'm doing git fetch. I just gave git fetch, nothing. I just gave git fetch. Once when I enter git fetch, it said process something, it did give. But when I going here, like where is my file? My file is in here, and I just going on hello world. Here I'm just opening this with the edit with Notepad++ here. Let's see here. I don't have that file changes. It's a simple hello world only. What are the changes I entered? The hello Shiv Prasad, but it's not, the change is not reflected because we gave only fetch. What fetch is doing here? The fetch is doing here only like updating the changes to the index, not into the this thing. Now I have to provide git merge. If I'm able to do the git merge, then I can get that. Let me do git merge, M-E-R-G, git merge. So when I enter the git merge and when I enter, so it says something, it has been happening and say hello world.java has been changed. So now I can able to go here and I'm able to see the file. It says like file has been reloaded. Let just me refresh. Now do I have a changes here? But when I do the git fetch, that time I didn't receive the changes. But when I do the git merge, I was able to see the changes because when I do the git fetch, it will be the changes. The files will be there in my index only, not into my local. But when I do the git merge from the changes to the index, it came to me local. Okay. Now I'll do one more change and I'll try to use the git pull. Okay. I'll do this one more change and I'll do it from the git pull. I'm going here and the same hello world.java. I'm adding one more line insertion. Say hello star as well. I gave hello star as well. I'm just saved this thing. Mean to say there is one more change. Now in my case, okay. Now in my case, what I'm doing, I'm just using git pull. I just giving git pull, nothing. So when I do the git pull, it has happened something, and I was able to see the changes set here. I can directly see the changes. But before, when I gave git fetch, that time I'm not able to see as that is expected. And when I do the git merge, I'm able to see the changes in my local. But when I gave the git pull, it is happened both commands where it do the git fetch plus merge. Both has happened with using the git pull. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, what is it? Can we command only git merge to pull? I didn't understand, madam. What is it, Mona Lisa? Can you, what is the command you enter? Hello. Sorry, man, I didn't understand that. If you would be able to pardon, I can try to answer that.
Sir, I just wanted to ask, like, means instead of doing the git fetch, can we do only the git merge to pull the code?
But where your code, how you get the changes into your index? If you not have a changes in your index, how you use git merge?
Okay, so git fetch is also required. Then we have to do git
Git
merge.
fetch is once you get the git fetch only your changes. What are the changes is come to the index. That changes only you are bringing into your this thing. Or else like what changes you gonna do that if you not have these things.
Okay. Yeah. And instead of doing this git fetch and merge, directly we can do the git pull also.
Exactly. That's what I told.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Is there any special advantage like by using just git fetch, or always can
Nothing,
we use
sir.
git?
No, you know, what is the use case? Really good question, sir. Do you know what is the use case? Why I have to use git fetch? If you have a git pull, why I have to do git fetch and merge? Like both I have to do. You know, the use case, seriously, I'll tell you, like with my experience, sometimes that there is some files we required to keep, like, you know, keep the files as well to be indexes. But those files are not required to keep in my local. I'm not required to keep that in my files in the local. Okay. So, but I have to keep that files with my index. It's unnecessary. I have to keep files in my local. That time I'll do git fetch and files will be in my index. Whenever I do, always files will be come to the index. And what are the files that need to be there in the local? That files I'll take it up in the like into the local. I'm not required to I'm not required to do the merge for every of the file, which are unnecessary files if I require not to do that. Okay.
Understood.
But that's a our convenient use case, not actually the original scenario. But that is the one of use case. My personal experience, I've used it like that.
So when we are like now, let's say we have a file, we have some 2-3 files in the staging area. So I just want to merge one single file, so I can give git merge and
No, sir.
that file name.
No, you can't do that. It won't happen like that. It won't identify that with the file names, because it will do only like with your commit IDs. So whatever the commit ID you take in from the merge, it will take entire commit ID. If suppose one commit ID have 3 changes, you cannot take one change kind of thing. You can take it as a command commit ID basis. On the background, right? Like on the background, everything takes as a command commit ID. It won't take anything other than the commit ID. It won't take the files.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So this is what we've done. Like we are able to push the file, and we are able to pull the file. We're able to do that. That is what we have in the architecture. So now we know we're good with that. Like we are good, like how to push all the files, all those things. We're not seen any complexity here. Okay, so now like it's a very pretty simple, like pushing the files and getting these things. Is a one way creating a versions of my files. Okay, now I was able to push the file and I was to get all these files and all. It is very simple. Okay, but here we are maintaining everything into the one branch. Okay, but in a normal, in a real time, like in a real time scenarios, we always maintain the different environments. To say like you have like developers something into their local, and you have dev environment, you have SIT environment, you have UAT environment. Like this, we have different types of environments we have. Okay, we have different types of environments we have. Okay, so suppose for the dev environment, you have to maintain some code. For test environment, you have maintained some code. For UAT, you have maintained some code. And production environment, you have to maintain some code. So you usually maintain different code bases for different environments. Okay, even if it is in the like a development stage, development project also, you have to maintain different code bases to the different environments. Okay, so how are you going to maintain that code bases? Okay, like you have to maintain different code to different environments or different scenarios kind of thing. So how are you going to maintain that one? So to maintain that thing, you have here a concept called branching. You have a concept called branching. So what is the use of the branching? So branching strategy, like here we have a branching strategy. With the help of the branching strategy, we are going to maintain different types of code bases based on the different scenarios. Suppose if I require to go dev environment, I have to maintain different code base. I can do that. And if I'm going on the production activity, production box. So I have to maintain different code. So that code can maintain as a different thing. So to maintain that, we require to have a branching strategy to maintain the different types of code bases. We required a branching strategy. So what type of branching strategies we have? We have different types of branching strategies that I'll explain now. Okay, so now just consider branching concept. These branching concepts normally we use 4 types of strategies, but some people use 5. 5th one is optional. Yeah, maybe they use or they may not use, but even I saw it like some projects they're using. But I'll explain you, but you can keep it up or like you can take it up. It's up to you. But like each company to company follow different types of branching strategies, but functionality will be the same, but they follow different types of strategies kind of thing. But like I come up with a kind of commonly used branching strategies. You just follow the same. If you know already something you want, something is in your mind, you can utilize that. But if you don't know anything, just follow this thing. Okay. So I have 4 types. One is future branch. One is develop branch. One is hotfix. One is main or master. And 5th one optional is release. These are the 4 types of branching strategies we follow in our day-to-day activities. What are these types? So what are these types? So future branches mean to say future branches is nothing but developers' own branches, developer own branches. So developer want to do something like he want to play with some code, he want to do some changes. He want to take it up something in, right? Like he can usually created a future branches and he can get the code into his future branches. He can play with that code, whatever he want. Okay, whatever you want, you can play the code, but that is purely developer own branches. It won't have anything to do other than the developers own interest. He created that. If developer want to create his some branch for his changes, as how developer want to create something for his code, something, he has to create a future branches. So how we usually create it is, suppose if he is a future, so suppose he working on a case, like suppose he working on the CIT. You're working on the incident INC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can write like this, or you can say future. So you're working on the card activation. So card activation, you can create it like this. You can create a number of branches, whatever you want. Whatever you want, you can create it that. But it's purely developers' own branches. The owner of that branches is purely developers. No other people owning that. It's purely developers' own branches. Okay. If you see a branch with a prefix of future, mean to say it's a developers' own branches. It's purely developer own branches, not a future. It's a feature branches, not future branches. Okay. I saw some people like, writing a FUTU or future, not future. It's a feature branches. Okay. Next, develop branches. Develop branches mean to say it is environmental based branches. So dev environment. So how to say develop, dev, or develop UAT like this. It is all ENV based. These are purely environmental based branches. The development branches have one code and testing team will have one code. But the name it is say, if it is a develop branches mean to say it is environmental based branches. Enter my dev box or enter my UAT box, enter my SIT box, or all these boxes will have a certain code that will be defined. What are the code there in that particular branches is deriving your development environment or your UAT environment or your prod your pre-prod environment. Everything comes as the ENV like a develop branches. Okay. Next is hard fixes. Hard fixes are like, if any issue you found it, like if you suppose it is not for the development environment, it is for the production environment. In the production environment, there is a bug identified and that bug need to be cleared, like that bug need to be finished up. It's a kind of, hard bug. Say like, it's kind of some bug has been identified and it required to resolve as soon as possible. And you not go to this again, developer, okay, take the production code into the future branches, fixing that and sending to the US, sending to the dev and then SIT UAT. You're not required to follow the same hierarchy. You simply bring that code to the hard fix branches, fix that code, and again, you can push that code to the master branch, your production branches. So doing hard fixes, you're doing hard fixes for the production. You say hard fix / you have like an incident 1 2 3 4 5 like this. But after you fixing like, after you fixing like into the production, and you also need to you also required to pull that same code into your development environment, like your environmental basis into like, lower of your environments, lower environments as well. Okay. So main or master is nothing but production branches. Production branches. So purely either it can be either master, it can be main. It is purely production master. So whatever the code you want to be in the production, that can be here in these branches only. If a production branch is nothing but where your actual production activity running, that code can be in either main or in the master branches. Okay, either code can be in main or master. It's a purely like, organization policy. If you want to go master, you can take master. If you're going on the main, it's going on the main. So there is no specific thing, but these are the things. These are the 4 types of strategies. It's a very commonly followed in many of organizations. In all the organizations, this follows actually. But there is a one more here. Nothing but it is a release. Nothing but it is a release. What is this mean? The release branches. What is meant by the release branches? Suppose, like there is a use case. I have to do a release for the next coming, like this is now this is April, and in the May month I have to do release a future. Okay, I have to release some piece of code to the production. So what I have done, I have like if I'm going to release that, I have to minimum I have to finish that code at least 15 days before, so that testing team can test and can approve that code. At least 15 days earlier, I have to fix the code. I have to finish up the coding, right? So suppose like, if I require to release that on the March, like suppose May month, May 30th, I have to finish the code by May 15th. Then only testing team can follow the testing and they can get the approval for the code. So if I completed my coding before 15 days, and next 15 days, what I have to do? What I have to do? I have to work on the next release. Like what are the next release coming on the June month or July month, or something other than this release work. I have to work on some other part. So in that case, like people think, yeah, no, like why can't we create a separate code base for the whatever the release is happening on this week, or whatever the release is happening on this particular month? Why can't we create a release branches for that? Whatever the code you code freeze for the release will be there kept in that. And while doing that, they only take the code from the release branches and they directly pushing into the main or master production branches. Okay, so based on like, what environments are developers are based on hard fixes or production boxes, what kind of a code you're maintaining, what kind of a code base you're maintaining, you're creating the branches here. Okay, So I could see as a DevOps guy, which branch you can access. You can have to access everything, man. You're not in a kind of this thing. Whatever, even as a DevOps also, you have some development code you have to do. You're taking some kind of future branches for your own as well. If you you write to code something for Jenkins file, you write a code for some Docker file, all those things you have to do. You have to go with the future branches, then develop branches from the main production branches. Everything you have to do the same. But this also every developer need to follow the same thing. It's not like I'm a Java developer, I'm a DevOps developer. It's not something like that. It is a purely for everyone is the same thing. Branching strategy is for the same for everyone. Okay. So any questions here?
Yeah, Shiva, who administers the overall this GitHub? I mean, is there an admin or something for GitHub?
Usually, like if it is a big organization, they have a separate SCM SCM, like they may separate people you have. They maintain entire Git, not for your repositories, not for your kind of code. They'll maintain entire your Git bases or Bitbuckets. They have a separate team for doing that one. But specifically, if you say for your project and your team, there is some repositories you have to maintain the code bases. So usually your managers will give like managers have admin access. They'll provide you like they'll give you, okay, you have to have a read access to these repositories. You have write access to these repositories. They maintain that thing. But if you overall, if you say Bitbucket, usually it's a big organization. There is a separate team to maintain that.
Okay. And what would be a very high level responsibility of a GitHub, I mean, Git admin?
No, Git Git admin, that's what I'm saying.
Admin, basically.
No, here we won't have admin kind of thing. Like suppose managers have a more managers have more permissions to say more access kind of things. They'll only say like, okay, suppose if you are a fresher, he won't give you right access to you. If you are like in a mid people SSC level, they give you some right access, you can do that. So like that is happens. So they give you like what kind of access to repositories that is only provided by your managers actually. So if you want to have like entire Bitbucket thing, like they have a separate team, they maintain that kind of Bitbuckets. So downtime for the Bitbucket, it's the organization level, they maintain the Bitbuckets. We won't have separate admins for the like a Git and all, Bitbucket and all, buddy.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So any questions?
Okay, Siva, suppose you have shown that one only one user on like one developer only pushing the codes and pulling the codes, whatever is there. So can we create at least 2 or 3 users, and at the time they will push the code and whatever you have done?
Yeah, you can take it up. No worries. No one is stopping you to do that.
Give an example and source that one.
No, now I have a code, right? Now I have this code. Okay, you can take also this code. Who said no? I provided the repository. You can take the code. This is a public repository. You can go and you can download the code. No worries.
No, we can create 2 users.
Absolutely. Yep, you can definitely do that, sir. That's what I say. Like you have this public repository access, you can do that. No one is stopping you.
Okay.
This is like public repository. You can go and you can go over there, you can do. But that's what I said. If you're required to have access to the edit access to the repository, you need to be in your organization. Okay, you're required to be in an organization. You guys can create a, like, one person can create an organization and you can add all of your email IDs. You can just, connect with him. You will create one particular organization where like you people all have been there in one place, so that you can, share the same code or you can do the many operations. That is where organization will help you. Okay, Git organization.
Okay.
Hi, Shiva.
Yes, sir.
Give me one example for the branching concept, right?
Okay. So see, suppose I have to do like in my developer, as I told yesterday, I have 5 web pages I require to do. So now as a developer, I created the 5 web pages. Now I send it to the testing. Okay, test like now I have a code, I design it in my local. I have to send it to the first development environment. There I can show everything like yes, it is working fine, all those things. After
Just like a feature environment, right?
No, developer branches, developer own branches. I created everything like whenever I'm doing the development activities. If I'm designing that file, if I'm writing the code, I'll design it in the future branches only.
Okay.
Once I completed my future branches, I send it to the develop branches where I can see that in the development environment.
Okay. So how to send it? How to send it?
Yeah, that we didn't discuss it, sir. Okay.
Okay.
Now I'm just explaining the future branches only, sir. So
okay.
I have to show that how to you have to create the branches. All those things I have to show it in the practically.
Okay. And you can also discuss about all kind of branches, just like how to move future to dev branches and
it is the same branches. It's a see, but ultimately it's a branch. It's a develop. We've only restricted something like to identify for easy purpose. We created following the strategy. When develop branch is also a branch, but we do a restricted to that actually. Okay. Now how we would do, right? Like a develop branch, if it is SIT branches, we only give it to the testing team to access to do any changes or something. Like production branches, we won't give access to anyone. We won't give a right access to anyone, because if someone is going on the production branches and doing some changes, it's impacted entire production, right?
Okay.
That you call branch protection rules.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Got it.
So now let me see what kind of let me see what branches I have. So to see git branch is the one command. If I see here, I can able to see is the only one command, one branch that is also main. And this is star. Yeah, guys, like a feedback session, feedback polls has been opened. You can give the feedback for the session. Okay. Okay, so now I have to, like, I could see one branch. Now I have to create a, suppose I have to create one more branch. How I can create that branch? So using same git branch, and I have to provide the name. Suppose if I'm creating a future branches, FEAT future branch slash, and I have to give a name. So suppose I'm just giving a test future branch. I just give a star as I'll give you like DevOps, anything like this thing. I just give DevOps is my one of the future branch name. So here I can create that branch. But see here, when I do the git branch, it says currently it is pointing to the main only. Now, how can I point out, how can I check out this branch? How can I check out this branch? By using kind of a concept called git checkout. Let me clear this thing. Let's see here, I have two branches. I can do git checkout. Git checkout, and what is the branch name I have to check out? So if I have to say future slash DevOps. I have to give checkout. So now can you see here from main it has been changed to the future DevOps. Can you able to see this? Now I'm able to access like what are the code inside of my future branch. I can able to access here with this thing. So now if I see here, you can see the changes. Previously it has main. Now I check out future DevOps branch. I was being here into the future branches. Now I can see what are the code here inside of this future branches. But while creating the future branches, I created it from the main branch. Like when I created that branch, I was in the main branch. So whatever the source code is in my main branch will automatically copied into the future branch. Wherever I created a new branch, what is my base branch? Whatever the code in the base branch will automatically move into your branch, whatever you created from the base branch. Okay, so now I created a future branch from the main branch. So what are the source code, what are the code is there in the main branch, everything will be copied into my future branches. Everything will be copied into my future branches. So this is how, suppose, now I have to work on some code. Now I have to work on the SIT code. So it is there like SIT, develop SIT was there. Now I have to go to the develop SIT. I have to create a branch. And I have to create a future branch. Whatever the code is there in SIT will be coming to my future branch, and I have to go edit. I have to do edit changes over there in my future branches. That is the usual workflow you have to happen. Okay.
So sure, this is code promotion, right? I mean, what you're doing is promoting a code from one environment
like
to another.
code promotion only. But now we are just we have to do the code promotion. Code promotion required to happen like a kind of after the in branchings exactly. Your word is very correct, sir. You're doing the code promotion only. But that is not only the promotion, like you can, taking the code to the higher environments, you're taking the code from the lower environments. Anything can happen.
Yeah, right. And sure, from here we can do the deployment also into, I mean, see, now we're promoting it within the tool into a different branch, which is like, maybe test, integrate, UAT, and then prod. But can we also do a deployment from here into the environment?
Mean to say? I didn't understand the deployment.
Okay, now the branch has the code, right?
Yes.
Now the code has to get deployed, and from there, I mean, deployment is like, putting the executable in the environment from where, it will run. And
This is a purely SCM, sir. We're not doing any executables here. This is a purely code basis only.
Okay. So from here, we cannot do the deployment, huh?
No, you can take, sir. Like suppose you have a jar executable, you copied into this thing. Okay, you can take it from like if you promote the code, if you have the same jar in your testing environment. So suppose you have a jar in your SIT develop SIT, you can get that jar to your environment that you can do the deployment. That you can copying the jar. You're not doing a deployment. You're copying the jar. But this purely Git is a purely source code management. You won't have any packages here and you won't do any of these things. Okay.
But I'm sure it should be linked to those tools also, no? In case I want to link it to the deployment tools or creating the package.
This is pure. We are using this purely for the code basis. We are not maintaining any of the packages here in the GitHub. If you want to have if you want to managing the packages, there is a. If you want to do a deployments with your Git source, you're not required to have a separate tool. Git Actions is one of the future where you do the deployments of that.
Yep.
But
there is
purely
no integration. There's no integration required because that's a same tool.
No, that is a different future, sir. See, that's a different future. Okay, so there is you have to create a workflows. That workflows you have to set it up the build tool. See, you're getting the code and how you creating the package. You mean to say you're creating the package in your local and pushing that to the GitHub. So that is not the correct. That is, you can do that. No one is stopping, but that is not the usual case. What we have to do here, like suppose if you take a Git action will take it up. Like you have a workflow that can be created. All the tools can be integrated directly with the Git in itself, and you're creating the package itself, and you're doing the deployment. You're taking any deployment environment, you're doing the deployment over there. That all kind of configurations you have to create a workflow. That workflow can be happen with your Git actions. It cannot be happen with your GitHub.
Got it. But that is part of our syllabus, right? I'm sure. Because
no, we don't have Git actions here.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Thank you.
Again, that is that definitely take 2 to 3 hours because it's like instead of a CI/CD Jenkins tool, they replicated as a Git actions. It will take like 2-3 hours for going on that.
Okay, so maybe instead of Git action, we will learn some other tools to do that.
Like a Git action is also it works as a workflow. The workflows concept is nothing but CI/CD. That's what they're promoting. You're not required any CI/CD tool. You can directly do the Git actions instead of CI/CD tool. So same thing we are doing on Jenkins.
So we are learning some other tool instead of Git action, right?
Actually, Git action, they are promoting that Git action as a CI/CD tool. We are learning Jenkins behalf of that. Okay.
Okay, instead of that, yeah, got it. So some other equivalent tool we are learning.
That is not a bigger tool. It's a simple future, actually, to say. The simply future, but you have to do a lot of setup for that. You have to you have to know Maven and you have to know other environments. After the environments, you can do the deployment. Okay, like you have to configure all the environment setup and all over there, sir. The same thing we are doing it from the Jenkins as well.
Okay.
Okay, so now I was able to have the same file future and DevOps. Now in this hello world.java, I'm going to do a little bit changes here. Let me go here. Let me go to the test. Here I have hello world.java. I'm going to open this edit with Notepad++. I have this thing. And here I'm updating, say, Why it is happening? So I say hello, future future branch. I just saved this thing. And now I have to follow the same. Git add star I can give. Git commit I can give. Okay, I've done something. I'm able to do the git push as well. But whatever here, I can to say git status. See, I don't have anything. Working tree is very clean. Now, how can I see like what are the changes is happened from one branch to other branch? Suppose I have suppose I have in my develop branches, in my future branches, I have some changes. The same in a main branch, I don't have some changes. How can I see that? What are the different changes I have here? To see that, we have get diff. I'm in future branches. I'm in future branch here, and I'm comparing it with main branch. I'm just comparing with main branch here. So here it says, hello, buddy. That is the A branch, mean to say wherever you have, and B branch is nothing but B branch is nothing but you are just consider I can get hello.java from here to the main branch, and it say this is the only one change and one one extra space is also there. This is the changes you have here in your, these are the changes you have from your future branches to your main branches. Now suppose I'll check out to the main branch. Okay, now I'm going to the main branch. Sorry, spell mistake. Now I check out to the same main branch, and now I'm doing like a get def to the future. Can you able to see what is the change you have from your future branches to the main branches? This says previously it says like one line is like a green color. It says like this is the one change is missing. Here it's saying it is you don't have this change. That change has been there in other system. So it is this comparing from the you can see the differences previously and now. Okay. These are the two minuses you have, and previously two additions. It shows two additions. This time it shows two negatives. This is how we can see one branch to other branch, the differences. Now, so like there is a change has been there. Now there is a change is there. Now I have to get the change into my, now I have some changes is there in my future branches. Now I have to get the changes into my main branch. How I will do that one? So for that, you have a concept called merging strategies. You have a concept called merging strategies. So if previously we saw the merge, like what we had done over there. From index, we have copied that into the local. Okay, that is also merge. Like that is also a merge. But from index, you copied that into the local branch. That is also merge. Here now you're copying like the source. You're copying the data from one branch to other branch. That is also a kind of merge only. So we have a merge strategies here. Like we have a merge strategies here. So before going on the merge strategies, like I'll show you like a merge strategy. Like you won't have like to say you won't have any control with you. Like you can't say like okay, what merge strategy you have to follow. Like it won't have a control with you. System will decide what kind of merge strategy it has to be followed. And how can I see that what type when it occurs? Let me show you. Okay. See here I move to the branch main. Now I'm in brain. I can't see the hello world, hello future because that is there in only future branch. Now I'm not able to see here. Is it good with that? So when you automatically change the branch, it automatically changes the source code. Okay, so it automatically change like the source code based on your branch. Okay, what are the branch you have there, it automatically change that. Okay, so now we told merge strategies. We have different types of strategies. I'll tell you like when what will occurs. So suppose let me save here and I'll take one more paint, sir. Okay, so suppose I have a branches like I have a branch A. I have a branch A and I have a branch B. Okay, in this branch I have a committed. It's like I have a source code. I have source code here. This is one source code, and this is one change, and this other change. This is the what committed is. We consider I have 3 committed is here, and here also I have 3 committed is. Same committed is. Now as like my main. Now my main branch have these things. Now this is a future branch. I have extra change here. As I've done like some change, some modifications I have done here. Okay, I have some modifications I have done here. So when you see here, other than this commit ID, remaining things are the same here in this both branches. Other than one particular change ID, the history is the same. The history is the same. So when I do a merge, here, so when I try to copy from here to here, when I do a copy from here to here, okay, when I do a copy from here to here, what it look like, what it has to come, like say this is the one. Sorry, I'll take black. It comes like this branch is the same. Okay, this branch is same, and this branch is sorry, this is a green color. This is also same. How it comes? It will come like this thing. Yes, this is the branch. These are the. So these are the 1, 2, 3 comes, and here also it comes as 3. History will be the same. And that one extra change, whatever I have here, when I merge this thing, it will also merge here. It's a very straightforward merge because I have like history is the same here. This merge, whatever we call, is a fast forwarding merge. Like whatever we call here, this strategy is a fast forwarding. So fast forwarding, because here, other than that particular commit ID, that particular changes, remaining history is the same. Okay, remaining history is the same. But now I have other case. Okay, just consider I have different branches. Okay, I have these branches.
So Shiva, this branching is coming from the same main branch.
Which one?
So all these branches that you're showing, right?
I'm just consider these are the one use case, and I'm going on that other use case. This I can say like this is a A branch. This is a B branch. Okay, just consider this is also A branch. After merge, this is a B branch.
I mean, are they part of any main branch, like a main?
No, like branch. No specific.
Different.
It's a branch.
Okay.
Whatever it is, a branch.
Okay.
Okay, just plainly, I'm saying like it's very plain. I say like it's very plain consideration branch. I don't go like what is the main, although what is the kind of thing. I just gone with it's a main. Okay. Now what I'm going here. So suppose this is a branch concept, a branch C, and this is a branch D. Here I have like different changes. Like, you know, I have these changes here. Well, I'll take like similar manner here as well. Just before much, I just gave, you know, these are the two branches I have. Just consider here I have a different history. Suppose here I have a, this is a one line here, but in this, in the bottom, I have different types of history. So I have like different type of history, and I have like this kind of things, like, you know, I have different type of lines of these things. It is not the same history. Okay, so sorry, I'll take it up yellow, right? I take it up yellow here. I get this thing. So I have different type of history here, but this branch, like, you know, it's not a common. Maybe some, at least some changes may be common, but when you compare this history and this history is not the same, because here I have yellow line and these lines are extra, but here I'm trying to get this green changes, this green line changes to this thing. Okay, this green line changes, I'm trying to get this to here as a, I'm just trying to replicate. I'm trying to do a merge here. When here history is not the same. Okay, are you able to understand this? I gave the color differences. Okay, for understanding you, I gave the color differences. Here I'm trying to access, here I'm trying to merge the green changes. What are the, see here, these three changes already here. I don't need to worry on that. What extra is here is a green color. When I do a merge, what it will happen, a green changes also will become here. It is not direct merge because the history is not the same. History is not the same. History is also like this. What are the branch? G branch have a extra futures, extra more than that whatever I have in the C branch. Whatever I have in the C branch, I have more than here, and I don't. History is not the same kind of thing. So in these kind of situations, it goes on the strategy as ORT. Strategy is ORT. So a system will automatically take like how many, what kind of history you have in the both branches. It automatically take you, okay, it's a very straightforward, take it up like that, and it goes like that. So it automatically take whatever the merge strategy you followed, it will take in that. So let me show you like what I have here. Did you guys understand this? Any questions here?
Understood.
Any questions here? Let me show that practically.
Shiva, in merging, we are not going to specifying like C branch is going to merge into D or D branch is going to merge into C.
Anything, whatever you want, madam, you can take any case, but history is not the same. So here, both like anything, if you take it up here to here also like history is not the same. So you have one extra changes here, which is not here. So now if you do that, right, like this yellow line and this line, it will become here on this thing, if you take it like that way.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
So let me show you that. Okay. So now if you see here, my main branch and my future branch, there is only one extra change because you saw the difference, right? Each one have only one extra change. Now let me merge that. Okay, let me do git merge with my future slash DevOps. What it say me? What method? What my merge strategy shows me?
Fast forward.
Fast forward.
Because the history is the same. How can I say like history? Or like if I give now def, if I say now get def to the future, and if I say DevOps branch, it says nothing. Don't have anything. Now what I do, I'll do a different change here and I'll do a different change over there. I just reflected here. Now what I do, I'll do a different, I'll do a edit here. Okay, what I do, I just copy this thing. I copied here, I say main, merge main, I do merge underscore main here. Okay, now I'm in git branch. So let me add here git commit fnm merge main. Add it. Okay, now I'll check out to the different branch. Check out FEATURE future. I said DevOps. I switch it to the different branch and my code is also changed here. Now what I do here, I'm changing here to the from future to merge future. Okay, there I gave as a merge main, here I just gave merge future. Both are two different changes. Both are two different have. Let me do git add. Git checkout. Here I change git. Now let me check git def. Git def. I say to main. Can able to see now, we can able to see red color and green color both here is this thing. Okay, it says git merge and git main. Both are two different changes I have. So now what I'm doing here, this time I'm merging it to the main branch from main branch. Previously what I've done like, differently. Now I have both branches have different things. Okay, even to see you clearly, let me show the commit IDs. Let me show the commit IDs. Git log will help you. What are the commit IDs been there? It will help you to git log. Okay, you can see all these are the commit IDs has been created now. Okay, but here it's very tough for you to see. You can use git log --- one line to see all the commit IDs. What are the commit IDs been had here? You can see all those in a single line. Let me clear this thing and I'll show you like a git log one line. For this is the future branch. Let me do git checkout. Let me do git checkout main. And I do the git log one line. See now, can you see after the df like on first commit, both have two different commit IDs. Here it has 6565 thing. It is a 77 thing. Some kind of both have two different things, but history is the same. But there is extra here and there is extra here. Like no mean to say there are more than history. It has more than common history. It has more other than commit IDs. More than history, more than common history. It has more changes. Now let me do to the main. Git merge future / DevOps. It says merge conflict occurs. Because why it says merge conflict occur? The same line I've changed it here as the future merge, and there also I changed it as different thing. Are able to understand it? Now it occurs merge conflict says in the same place, because when I do the same place, when I added here and the same place I've added as here, the same particular line I've added. Now it says, buddy, I occurred a merge conflict. I don't know which line I have to place here. I don't know which line of play when I do a merge. I don't know which kind of command I have to place here. that case, it occurs as a merge conflict. It occurs a merge conflict, and it throw you an error as a merge conflict. Once if I do a refresh here, it gave you a different context here. See, when I do, it says, buddy, this is your current system, and these are the current changes it is going to be occur, because I'm doing it from the main branch. Here you can see I'm trying it from the main branch. Here, these are the main branch changes is here, and what are the changes you're trying to do here from the future dev has been here. It says it was unable to understand which changes had to be placed. It was unable to understand which changes has to be presented. So now what it will do, now what we have to manually edit, System was unable to merge because the same changes occurred in the same places, different changes occurred in the same place. It was unable to understand what changes need to be copied here. So it thrown me a conflict error. So now I'm manually taking, I have to remove that, what are the lines it has been there, I have to remove manually, and I have to remove these are all, what are the extra comes as, I have to remove manually, and I'm just copying this thing, and I'm changing everything. I'm saving here, I'm coming, I do the git add here, and same, I have to follow git add and git commit I have to do. Okay, here you can see this. Previously it was not there. Now it says merge conflict. This is the meaning of merge conflict. Okay. Now I say merge conflict fixed. Now see, after the merge conflict fix, it comes like this thing. Okay, now what I can see this, I can see if in one log here. So see, previously I have only 77. Now here it comes 060, say merge conflict fixed. So previously I have a 6565 only. Now I have 77 is also, and now it says merge conflict fixed. So this is also one extra key, thing is came and able to do this thing. So now I have like two things over there. Now I'm coming over there and I'm check out to the different branch here, git checkout future / DevOps. And I'm trying to do a git merge here. Can anyone guess what kind of merge strategy will be followed here?
Main.
No, I say like a merge. I'm saying like what kind of merge strategy will be applied here.
ORT.
Okay, why?
Because we are not doing fast forwarding enough. There are so many changes in both the branches simultaneously.
No, why? Let me see you. Here it has merge future. If I change it as to the, let me check out to the main. Here are this thing. See here. If I do the main, previously it is a different. Now when I do the checkout to the different branches, it has a different thing. Okay, let me try to do. Okay, I check out to the future branches here, and I have everything is here, future and merge. So let me try to do the git merge. Git merge to main branch. Am I right? This is what I have to do. Say fast forward it. Because there is a one line, only one change is only there, right? Remaining changes we already updated into this thing. It says like fast forward because there is only one change has been lacking. If you go here, if you refresh here, it will get you only one line. Let me open this again. It's not changed, it seems. This also it shows like the same merge conflict data. Now it is I have to do that again. Let me do the git status here. Okay. So it is nothing working tree. That was not refreshed properly. Okay, see, even after done some changes, it has, so like it's not refreshed properly. But what are the commit, what are the merge we already done, right? That merge conflict we fix, it is not properly refresh the page. So that is the one thing. And see here, after doing the merge with the main, there is only one insertion that comes as only one insertion, and that is fixed. And now it is working tree is clear. It not have anything in there. Okay. So now if I want to do that, if I have a different changes in one branch and I have a different changes in other branches, if I try to do that, it comes as a WART. Let me show you that. Okay. So let me close this file. I'm just opening here this file. Okay, let me see what branch it is here. So this is a branch, and let me go on here. What branch it is? The future dev. If I do again git status, see it says like it is modified now. Okay, let me do this thing. It's not properly. It seems like so here, whatever let me do the git def buddy to understand you. Okay, diff get diff. I do the main. Okay, previously it was not saved. It seems like file was not saved. That is a problem actually. Okay, without saving, I done that one. Okay, sorry. I do the git merge here. I go to the git checkout main. Let me clear this thing. Let me do git merge. Git merge to the future. It is occurred. So all the 4 deletions, all the whatever the extra it is deleted has been happened. Now we're clear. So now what I'm doing, I have hello world Java. Now I am doing the same. I'm creating one more text file here. Just consider I'm just creating one text file here. What is this? Sorry. I'm just creating a text file here. Just, a text file saying like text one, saying file created in what is the branch here I have. What is the branch here? I have main branch. Well, so I say file created in main branch. So I just close this thing. Okay. Now I close this and I say again, I do the git add. Under the git commit, I say I say text1.txt added. Now I check out to the different branch. Here also I'm creating a file text2. Here also created a file 2. I said I do git add git commit -m text2 added. Okay. Now both. Let me do git def. See, now it shows 2 different files. Previously here it is be text2.txt. Here it is a text1.txt. Now it says like 2 files has been difference. Now let me try to let me go to the main. Okay. Git checkout. I do the def one more time. Okay. Now it not show. Sorry, I do the git with the future. Here also it shows like here it is the text1.txt. Here it says text2.txt. So both have two different changes now. So like now if I'm doing here, like if I'm doing it git merge with future branches, what is the kind of what the strategy it will occur? Both have different changes. What kind of merge strategy it will occur?
Now it's ORT.
So here it is asking me what committed, what is you doing committed. I say it is asking some kind of a comments. It's asking like a please enter the commit messages. Merging with future branch. I just write something. So remember, like I gave Notepad++ as the editor. So that's the reason it is open a new this thing. I just save this thing and I close this thing. See here what is the strategy it says? What is what? Now if I refresh the file here, if I see here I have text1 and text2 both I have. Now what I do, I check out to the main, I check out to the different branches here. What happened here? Got stuck. It's not typing anything. Sorry, I'm just closing this thing. I don't know, something has happened to this thing. It got stuck. It's not closing even if I do. Let me go to the taskbar and I'll close this thing. When I not have this thing. Yes. Got something issue with this. So now I'm checking out Git, check out, I do the future to the DevOps. Okay, now what I'll do the git def here, git def with main branch. Here I'm getting only one change. Can you able to see? I'm able to get only one change because text2.txt is already there in my future branch. I required only text1.txt. That is the only change it's showing as. You don't have text1.txt. If I merge now, what it occurs? If I do the git merge, what kind of strategy it occurs?
Fast forward. Did
it happen? Why did it happen? Fast forward only.
Yes.
Okay. So this is a merge strategy. But here I haven't provided any merge strategies. Like it has to go to the fast forward, it has to ORT something. But it automatically take the system. But you have to understand what kind of strategy it is applied and what kind of these things. Okay. In interview questions, they'll ask me, hey Shiva, you occurred some merge conflicts. How are you resolving that? You're saying like, sir, like we're doing the manual, the very best answer. we're doing it as a manual handling the merge conflicts, because we don't know the exact logic of other people doing. Suppose if two people are working and they have like merge conflicts, I am not 100% sure why you applied the logic or why you put some changes on that. Well, even I'm 100% not sure like why, like what other changes has been, what other person doing some changes on that, right? I came to know like maybe he doing some changes, but I won't have 100% clarity on that one. So that's the reason I talk with the developer. I talk with other developer. What are the other changes has been made by the other developer? I talk with the other developer and I fix the changes as manually. That is the best answer you have to tell when there is a conflict occurs. Okay. I'll show you one small trick here. So now what I'm doing here, like I'm going on this text here. I'm creating a branch. Sorry, I'm creating a file here. I'm just creating a simple text file. I'm saying test3. Sorry, file created in where it is future branch. That's saved here. Just close this thing. I show the git status. Okay. As the git status. So I could see that the file has been added, but I'm not added here. I'm not saved here. I'm not doing anything. I'm not committed that. I do the git checkout here. I checking out to the different branch. Here also I do the git status as well. Can you able to see? I created a file in, I created text3.txt file in the future branches, but I didn't save. I just come out of the checkout to the main branch. Let me clear here. Okay, I'm doing git add here. I'm doing git commit, something I'm doing. I say some file, some updates has been applied. Okay, but now again, I'm checking out to the different branch. I'm checking out to the like future branch. Do you have text3 here?
No.
They have text3 here, but I created a file is in a future branch.
Yeah, but you committed it in.
I committed in main branch.
Main branch, yes.
So what you have to understand here, creating file is not matters. Where you're committing is the matters. Okay. Where you're committing is matters. Are you able to understand now?
Yes.
So creating is not matters. Where you created is not matters. Where you committed that file is matters. Where you added the file is also not matters. Even if you do add also, it won't take it up. Where you committed is the matters. In which branch you committed, that you have to make sure that untracked files, wherever you committed the files on that file only, it will goes on that. The files will go to that particular branch only. Do you understand that?
Okay.
But without that, can we commit the file?
Yep, 100%. See, if you're not added, let me do. Let me tell you. Okay, now I'm creating a text file. Okay, so I'm sharing here. I'm going here. I say create a text for. Sorry. I created. So I say created in future branches. Okay. Yes, we can recall that. That is also we have like in the next week session we will do all the recalls, all those things. Okay. So now I'm in future branch. I check out that. Let me do git add here. If I see the git status, let me confirm by using git status. So git status is good, right? Like you notice that it is not an untracked file. It's a staged file. Let me clear this thing. Now I check out to the main branch. Okay, I check out to the main branch.
Commit directly.
I say update applied. So something I take. Now where it is committed. Even if you added it is there in the future branches, but where you committed.
We committed in main branch, na?
So now file is in main branch, but you added in the future branch, right?
Yes.
But you committed. That's what I told. Committed is a matter here because these are all in one repository, but index is also in one repository only. Whatever you have, index will be same here. Like so, whatever that staging area will be the same.
Yes. Got it.
Okay.
But
Yes, very clearly got it.
But Shiva, just like text 3 and text 4, files are present in the man repository, but not present in the future DevOps directory, right?
Yes, because you committed that in the main branch only.
Yes, but I want to also present in the just like a test 4 and test 3.
You do the merge, man.
Up to date. This code is not up to date now, both branch.
No, that's what now future branch has been lacking 2 files. You can merge, yes. Right?
Okay.
That's what we decided. That's what we discussed now. Till now we decided to merge from one branch to other branch.
Okay, that means you can go for just like a git merge and
you have to go to the future branches. You have to merge with main branch. Then you will get all the files. Both will be in the same situations. Both will have a sync data.
Okay. Thank you so much. Got it.
Siva, can we get these commands like today or any? Do we have
that's
to
what,
wait
madam.
for the recording?
No. So I tell you, like I do, git. What I do, git merge is not one thing. Merge is one command I am not shared, but anyway, it is already there. So I'll share you this command right the moment. So we are about to close. So I'm sharing you this here in this thing. So you have everything here. Take it from here, and once that GitHub account has been that WhatsApp group is created, I'll share that in WhatsApp group. Okay.
Shiva, like in git config -- global username, and here we have to provide our own created email ID or username. GitHub.
Okay, I didn't understand the question.
Like
here, yes, you have to provide your user IDs only, madam.
Username or email of the GitHub.
Yes, GitHub.
And
yes.
After this, both the command we can directly run the git push and git pull.
Not git push, git commit. For doing the commit itself, you have to identify who you are.
Okay.
For git push, you have to use username and password.
So by these two commands, we can from local to remote repository we can connect.
No. You're not passing. No. See, if you're connected to the remote repository, you have to share the password. You have to provide the password. Okay.
Yes, exactly. So I'm asking the same, like where we are going to provide the URL, no? URL of the GitHub.
Madam? Now, that's what you're doing the git clone only, madam. When you do the git clone, it is automatically you getting that repository already.
Okay.
Till now you're working on the same repository.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I'll show you like some small, I understand you have some confusion over there. Let me tell you, git config, just use git config -e. Okay. When you open this thing, it will open for you all those things. Like if you add, like I didn't do like this thing, like I didn't do the git config global username. So here I won't have username and password. If you open this thing, you will have username and passwords. And here you can see that URL. What is the URL of that repository? Here, everything will be presented here. Okay.
Okay. Git config -e, na? Yeah.
Git config space -e, you can you'll get this page. So here you will see what username it has been provided and what so what is the link URL, all those things. Okay.
Yes. Understood.
I have a query. How many branches we can create at a time?
You can create more than 2,000 branches.
And same will work for every branch.
Your voice is very low, man.
Yeah, same commands will work for every branches.
Everything. It's command is the same, but your branch name will be different. You have to provide. Or else it's a branch is already exists. That's it.
Can we sync every branches from main? Is there any command like that?
No, I didn't understand.
I mean, suppose we have some code in main branch, okay, and I want that to be reflected on hundreds of sub branch.
No, you want you have some source code. You want to create 100 branches over there. You want to create the same source code as 100 branches.
Yes.
Now use the git. You can use the git. Do like be into the main branch. Use git branch and create. Just give a number of branch names. It automatically create that.
Okay.
Okay.
So good. Any questions?
No, from
Shiva,
my end.
Generic one question. So Shiva, what ticketing tool is basically used for DevOps? Like for example, mainly for
no, we can't say that. See, if you're working as a platform engineering, you use Jira. If you're working as a support, or you're working on something, you use ServiceNow. So based on what kind of role you are, like it can be happen. So most probably we will use Jira, ServiceNow, those two most probably.
So ServiceNow, I think ServiceNow, are you using the DevOps module, right? I mean, not the regular incident problem change module, ITSM module.
No, in ServiceNow, you don't have a separate module for the DevOps kind of thing. ServiceNow is for the same like ticketing tool. If you're working on the support, you will have the same thing.
Incident ticketing tool. Huh?
Yeah, exactly. It will have incident. It will have ITIL concept only.
ITSM module, basically. The ITSM
yeah, ITIS, yes.
But this ServiceNow can be integrated with any of these tools like GitHub or
like sometimes
ClearQuest sort of integration. I'm talking like
no. Actually, no. There is a kind of concept like no. When you created a ticket to, you can configure the Git to that, but it's not like security wise it's not good actually. If you created a ticket to create a new branch, that they like people some enable that, but I'm not sure 100% on that one. But I don't know how to do that, but people has done something. I saw something like that. When you create a ticket, it automatically create a branch for that. It will execute those commands. There is some kind of setup. ServiceNow people maybe knows that. I'm not sure on that one.
And sure, one more thing. Yeah, please tell me.
No. Yeah, go on, please.
Okay, the next question I had was like, the change module, is it basically used?
Which one? Change module? I mean to say this one using Git.
No, like say generally in the regular traditional world, what we do is we raise a change ticket to implement any changes in the production or any environment basically. So here
we have to do. See, that is only for the audit purpose. It's a change ticket. Suppose you're doing a change ticket, that is for your audit purpose, not for this thing. Like in the change, for everywhere, it is an organization policy that you have to follow. So what changes? Who knows you've done some changes into the production, right? For just simple audit purpose, you say like this is the change ticket I raised, and this is the kind of changes I've applied into that.
Yeah, For example, this hello world, hello java.ta, that file is there. So when I want to make some changes into this hello java world file, so will it be against a change ticket? We'll make it, or it's like, in this entire workflow, there's no concept of change management as such.
We do like see for like we do the change ticket, but doing the activities we will directly we will like this merge is been doing, right? Similarly, we do the PR, like we do the pull request. So that pull request is happened, but we have to create a change ticket. But the change ticket wise, we are only creating it for tracking purpose. We are not doing anything with the change ticket, but we have to create. But activities wise, we do on our own way.
So that means, in ServiceNow, generally what we do is we create the change ticket, and then suppose, there are...
We will block the change window for, like, suppose, okay, I have, say, suppose I'm doing some changes. Suddenly someone says like, hey, I am unable to access my system. What happened? You can't say that, right? Like I can say I have a change window this in particular time, and I have to do the changes on this particular time slot only.
Okay, so no C task is basically created to different teams based on this change ticket, right? So here it is like,
no, application usually, like, application teams create a C task to us. So suppose application teams doing like see, if you are part of an application team, you creating a change ticket, and suppose like you have something, you have a Splunk, and you have some something like with other systems has been some other teams is also been allocated with you, or like you're associated with other teams as well. Then you creating as a C task to other teams.
Okay, so application team will raise the change, and then maybe the
if you're part of, like, see, if you're part of application team, suppose you are like, you have a team, so you guys are doing like some people do working on the Java, some people working on the like some other things. You're also working on the DevOps. Now you like you guys are going to the production. Okay, you go into some changes in the production, but you have a Splunk team. So Splunk team, you raise a change ticket to the Splunk team. If there is any downtime happen with your Splunk, or there is any issue facing with the Splunk, you will pull the Splunk team and work with them.
All right. So still, this ITSM module is relevant in the
that's a common.
DevOps
yes, it's kind of common. Like if you are in the support role, that ITIL process has to follow.
Okay. Another question. So this whole, do we have any role within the DevOps team called release manager?
Yeah, we have.
Okay, so the release manager,
that's what I said. Release manager, like, see now I have like, for me, I have like 10 projects working for me. Okay, so 10 projects, I have 10 projects. The 10 projects are going on to the release same day. Okay, well, my system will accept that.
No, I mean, you have to basically check conflicts and see whether...
Yeah, so what we do, we will have a release manager. The release manager will schedule proper releases for the applications. Say like, okay, you're going on, so we never called release developer. We always call release manager. So it's a kind of a bigger positions, and they say they'll schedule your changes. Say like whether it's a small changes, when you want to have a changes, and their team scheduled like, some schedules, all those things. And they'll make sure that
forward schedule of changes, it's called.
Forward schedule of the changes, and like, they'll make sure the conflict not happen with the one team to other teams, kind of thing.
Correct.
So that you call release manager.
Okay, so that role is also relevant, because I was little.
Yeah, I mean, you have to aware, right? Suppose you have to aware what changes it is. So suppose if I'm telling it some Jenkins changes, if you are if you don't have anything, what you understand, or how much of concept you understand, like the Jenkins changes. So if you know the impact of the changes, then only you can say like how much of that changes. Like if it is a small changes or it's a big changes, how you understand the if I can tell you, like, I can give you a story, say like, oh, I am doing that change, this change. If it is a small change it in the Jenkins file, how you know the impact of that? If you don't know the concept of the Jenkins.
Okay.
Do you understand me?
No, I got confused. Okay, so my question
simple
was
thing. I'm a release simple thing, buddy.
Huh.
Let me explain. I have a 10 teams working on me. I'm a release manager. Okay, so now one of the team coming and suppose like Abhishek is coming. Hey Shiva, there is a big change I have to do, man. I have to. It is impacting me a lot of things, and I am doing on this thing. And I ask what changes. He say, hey, I have to do a lot of changes in Jenkins, man. So if I don't know anything on the Jenkins side, I have to believe like Abhishek is doing like a big bang change. If I say, hey Abhishek, can you explain me what changes you are going on? Hey Shiva, I'm doing some change from here to here. Hey, buddy, that is a very small. If I know Jenkins, I can say, hey, no, that is a small change. Why you're selling that is a big change? You know, I can say, yeah, that you can understand that. If you don't know the technology, if you don't know the concepts of Jenkins, you can't understand whether it is a big change or small change.
Okay, that's interesting. But see, the release manager primarily, what he will, his role will be to see Jenkins will have a release window for the entire year, or a release calendar for the entire year. So
okay.
Abhishek, when he comes with his
that is a different. See,
enhancement.
No. That is again different. So where you seeing like here you talking on the two different scenarios. See, one application team have one thing, our entire organization have a Jenkins kind of thing. There are multiple scenarios that.
No, not organization. I'm talking about a client A. Client A is using Jira. Now Jira has
client
release,
see one client have 100 projects, buddy. Not all the projects is the same. If you say just consider you have one organization, so I'll tell you simple. I have organization. Okay, in my organization, I have a one Jenkins for all the projects. Okay, if you say like I have a Jenkins for all the projects, someone need to be there to manage the Jenkins. So some admin team is required to maintain the Jenkins because that is a one for entire your organization. Okay, that is a different. No, I have like, but it's not. That is not the use case. We follow in our organizations. Like when you come to the DevOps tools, a project to project, it will happen. A team to team, it will happen. My team, like maybe I'm using a Jenkins. I'm using a Jenkins for like, I have a .NET project. I have a Java project. I have 10 teams using 10 different technologies. They can't use the same Jenkins for whatever the organization level. And what are the use case I'm using my DevOps tool is not the same like other teams has to use. So we most probably we never have a DevOps tool to the organization levels. We always have a team project level or team level.
Okay, so Jenkins as a platform somebody is owning and they have to manage the project level
exactly
requirements at a Jenkins. Okay.
Exactly. Suppose now I know I required suppose I have 5 teams. In 5 teams, one team required Jenkins 2.7 version, one team required Jenkins 1.7 version. Then how I have to maintain that? Someone says like that feature only enabled in the newer version, so update it. That means to say I can't do that, right? Because it's organization things. So for technology basis kind of DevOps tool, we never go on. We may never maintain an organization level. So you're seeing in the different picture.
Okay. So release management role is relevant, and I'm a little surprised to see change management.
I'll tell you, sir. Like if you're seeing on, if you ask me very generically, usually like one client will have 2-3 release managers. There I'll come under the one particular project. They divide like based on the functionality. Suppose in my company we have a tower basis. Like we have 6 towers. Entire organization comes under the 6 towers. So 6 towers like have a 2-3 release managers. So whenever like each tower have 2-3 release managers. Like my tower, I have 2 to 3 release managers, and I'm maintaining that. Thus 2 to 3 release managers maintain what are the changes occurred on my tower.
Okay. So your tower is basically a vertical, and in that you will have a. I mean, it's a domain basically under which you have like it's like an insurance domain under which you have all insurance related clients.
No, not in insurance. Say suppose if I have insurance vertical. Say in insurance vertical, I have like health insurance, I have life insurance, I have like different insurance like vehicle insurance. So take one vehicle insurance is one thing, like life insurance is one thing, and health insurance is one thing. So maybe like for entire insurance, I can maintain 2-3 release engineers. So one release engineer for the. Hi guys, can you go on mute, please? Okay, sorry. So suppose it's based on the organization perspective and based on the their capacity, they do the release managers. If you ask very generically, like every suppose a functionality basis, how you dividing? If you're dividing that as a vertical, say like suppose I have a health insurance, just a kind of a client. I have a health insurance kind of. Sorry, I have a client as an insurance client. That insurance client is supporting like it is giving towers as one tower for the health insurance, one tower for the life insurance, one tower for the vehicle insurances, other insurances kind of thing. So now for one tower who are health insurance people have a maintain 2-3 release managers. They do like, they'll maintain when it has to be released, what it has to be released, all those things you maintain there. That is a common across. But if you go to the different types of things, like if you say like I have a big organization where they maintain hundreds of projects, they'll do different architecture. So it's purely based to organization to organization. But if you ask me generally, they'll maintain for each tower or each functionality, they maintain 2 to 3 release engineers. They'll maintain when, what they have to do and what changes that will be processed. They'll process all those things. They'll commit up all those things, and what are the change ticket you're giving? They'll take it. They'll work on that change ticket. They won't do the changes. They'll only clear your path to do a release. That's it.
Okay, so that role is still relevant in the DevOps world. That's what.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I say. If someone says like what kind of someone says changes, you have to know what impact it will do, right? So if you don't know Jenkins, how you understand what changes they're doing? So definitely required to be the DevOps knowledge on that. Like that's only they do the release managers. Like you only understand, you only doing that release. You only processing that release things, right? You have to understand the technology. If you're not required to understand what exactly the changes. You have to understand what changes is happening, where changes is happening. Everything you have to understand. That is a very huge role. So they have a lot of you require to have a lot of technology knowledge on that. So you require DevOps. And then only you're going on the entire releases from end to end. Like if you're doing a release from end to end from the Jenkins, you have to have a Jenkins knowledge. That's it.
Right, the platform knowledge basically. I mean, not a specific. Yeah.
No, platform you have to have, and what technologies are using also you're required.
Got it, Shiva. Thank you.
Shiva, what is branch protection? I have heard this term.
Yeah, so branch protection, right? So suppose now I'm able to merge like all the whatever the branch I'm able to merge now, right? So I like if I do like this merge for what are the branch, if I'm doing, it's not good, right? I can't merge like without I can't merge like as is like that. So I created a branch protection rule, say like you cannot merge directly. You have to raise a pull request to merge. That pull request. So now suppose I done the changes and merge like that. So it's not approved something, like how you have to get an approved and how you have to restrict it. Say it is once it is approved only you can do the merge, and only like some particular manager, some particular role only can do the merge. So how you going to do that? All comes under the branch protection rules. Sorry?
In next class, if you can show us some.
I have to show that, like I have to show that, now today, most of the things we discussed in the Git here only. So in the next class, like I have to show that in the GitHub.
Okay. Thank
Sir,
you.
I have one generic question. Like, what is this Artifactory tool basically? Is it part of DevOps or it's
Yes,
something?
it is part of DevOps only. Artifactory tool, like whatever now you're creating a packages, right? Like jar package, var package,
Yes.
that. Okay, that packages usually in technical terminology they call that as artifacts.
Okay.
Okay, jar, var. You work on the Java, you like familiar with the jar, var kind of things. Okay, that what you call the artifacts. So you have you required in a repository, you required a remote repository to store those packages. Similarly, it's Artifactory is nothing but similar like a GitHub only, but there you are copying artifacts. What does artifact mean to say? Your packages. In technical terminology, you call that as artifacts, and you required a kind of a tool to store those things, like a similar like a GitHub. Artifact is nothing but a GitHub kind of thing, but here you're maintaining the code. Over there, you're maintaining the packages.
Okay, so we are creating a folder with all the executables basically. You're saying there.
Exactly. You're creating a repository with all the executables.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Anshuman, your voice is very low, man. You're not at breakfast. You're not at your dinner. Just put it in your mic and talk, man.
Yeah, JSFrog is one of the artifacts.
JFrog, Nexus, this kind of, are like different types of tools we have. Any other questions, guys?
Sure, this tools is a big confusing thing within DevOps. So maybe in the end of the course after 29th of May, if you can give us one slide which will tell, what tools we have for what.
I'm not required.
area.
You'll tell that, like, okay, these are the tools. No,
Okay.
see, I'll tell you the people perception. I have to learn everything on a single day, but I don't want to, take it up too much.
No, I'm saying that's the end of the, end of the course. I said 29th of May, when we sort of concluded.
Now, by completion, right, you will get to understand that. Okay. See, I told like 100 times today. I asked like if you guys not understand, if you guys have any questions, I told like I'm shouting like ask any questions, ask any questions. People don't ask any questions. If they not understand, they'll put it as 1 rating, 2 rating like this. Okay. I ask 100 times, they don't come with up anything. Sometimes they'll suppose you went on like suppose I'm kind of listening. I went for my dinner like at some time of activity. I came something in middle. I say, hey Shiva, what is that one? So that is a kind of problem. That's the reason I'm always telling you. You guys came here to learn. So how much you're confident, listening, and how much you are doing that makes you that. Okay.
But I think today's session was very much hands-on. So I think it was more like a workshop. So I think we should go through the recording again and again and try to
exactly. It definitely required. Yeah, it definitely required. So I'll tell you always. I always tell why I'm doing that. What is the use case I have to do that? I'll tell the use case, then I'll show that. Then only you'll understand. Okay, you relate it to my use case. Then you can't understand if I'm going on blindly. Hey, I'm creating this branch and this thing. It's not useful anything. You won't understand much things.
Right. And Shiva, main thing is like, let us first practice the happy path, which you are showing us. And then, maybe we can go through the exceptions. There will be hundreds of exceptions, I think.
You're coming on the 4-hour session, buddy. You have to be in a minded that, okay, a lot of things has happened today. And I have to I required a practice for like a lot of time on that.
Correct.
So you're coming in the weekend, you're doing 8-hour session. Okay. And in the 8-hour session, you do like a 2-3 times of recording session only. You'll understand a lot of things.
I mean, that is what I was saying, let us, we'll practice the happy path, which you're showing here. And then maybe one by one, we can look into the exceptions as a question.
Yeah, 100%. No worries on that one.
Right.
If I came to know something like someone asked, what is the description of, what is the acronym of Git? Yeah, no one asked me, I never look on that one. So someone told to me today, kind of things.
Yeah, I only told, sir.
Yes, I saw that one. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
See you then. Happy learning. See you on the next week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.